Chapter 1487. When one's cultivation reached the eternal realm, one would be immortal and indestructible under normal circumstances. They would live as long as heaven and earth and would no longer be affected by the passage of time. Although Lin Tian's state of mind was extraordinary, he could not help but feel a little excited. After all, he had now stepped into the forest of eternal life. He had gone from an ordinary mortal who only had 100 years of life to the Tao fruit of eternal life that he had today. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Finally, you've reached the eternal realm. Whooshing Crocodile's voice sounded. He and little Tai Chu flashed over and looked Lin Tian up and down. They could clearly feel the strength of Lin Tian at this moment. Then his eyes fell on the immortal Emperor Pagoda in front of Lin Tian. His eyes lit up and he clicked his tongue. And this pagoda, I'm afraid, it's also very powerful. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was Lin Tian's origin divine weapon. At this time, after Lin Tianyi had passed the eternal realm heavenly tribulation, the primordial qi outside the pagoda had become denser after being refined and purified by the thunder punishment light of the heavenly tribulation. There were also strands of lightning arcs intertwined outside the pagoda. There were strands of thunderbolt marks on the pagoda's body. Its momentum was very astonishing. At this time, although the sect pagoda was only a low-grade eternal weapon, it was certain that the sect pagoda was the king of all eternal weapons. Even if it collided with a genuine immortal weapon, it would not necessarily lose. Not bad. Lin Tian said with a smile. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of the ultimate holy material for forging weapons, the primordial heavenly crystal. It had been repeatedly refined and polished by the power of faith and the thunder punishment force. Its power was naturally very strong, and its attack and defense were unparalleled. With that, he moved his mind slightly and took the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his body. Then he called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to leave. This place was deserted for tens of millions of miles. Naturally, there was no need to stay here after passing the heavenly tribulation. Soon, they were far away from this place. The barren land was no longer in sight. Magnificent mountains appeared in front of them. Let's find a place to bury the genuine immortal's corpse. Lin Tiandao, now he Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu had all reached the eternal realm. With their own battle strength, they could dominate the realm of the eternal realm. They no longer needed to rely on the power of the withered corpse of a genuine immortal. Because of this, he intended to find a place to properly bury the true immortal's corpse. After all, this corpse had helped him greatly during this period of time, so he couldn't just throw it away casually just because he didn't need it anymore. Because it would be too immoral of him to leave the corpse exposed in the wilderness. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Then 1 man and 2 beasts climbed over many mountains. Not long after, they found a place that was full of spiritual aura but deserted. Lin Tian personally dug a simple grave. Then he took out the withered corpse of the true immortal and placed it in the grave. Then he covered the grave and erected a simple tombstone in front of the grave. Because he didn't know the name of the withered corpse of the true immortal, he could only write Tomb of the Nameless True Immortal on the tombstone. Then he bowed slightly and called out to Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. Then they left and walked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had left behind dozens of mountains. A road appeared in front of them. Many cultivators were coming and going on it. Many of them were discussing something with each other. It's been a long time since someone angered the Wan Wei dynasty like this. He actually killed Yan Zongwang of the Wan Wei dynasty and took away the pile of starstones that Yan Zongwang obtained. Now, the Manwei dynasty is looking for that person all over the world. As long as you can provide his whereabouts, you'll be rewarded. Huh, he's already on the wanted list? I remember hearing that he killed Yan Zongwang with a genuine immortal's corpse controlled by his divine soul. I don't think anyone has seen his real body. Under such circumstances, how can he be wanted? How can others provide clues about his whereabouts? We don't even know what he looks like. We've already found out The person who spoke first said, "It said that in the super spiritual territory, someone saw one of Yen Zhongwang's servants come into contact with a young man. At that time, he seemed to be inviting the young man, but the young man didn't agree. At that time, the servant's face was a little cold, and he looked very unhappy. The servant was obviously ordered by Yen Zhongwang to contact the young man. Then, outside the star mine, the genuine immortal's corpse that killed Yen Zhongwang said, 'You sent someone to kill me because I didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty.' The Manwei dynasty speculated that the person who controlled the genuine immortal's corpse was that young man. It means that Yen Zhongwang's servant was ordered by Yen Zhongwang to invite the young man to join the Manwei dynasty. But the young man refused. Yen Zhongwang was very unhappy about this. So he sent someone to kill the young man, but they didn't succeed. Then, in anger, the young man used his divine soul to control the genuine immortal's corpse to kill Yen Zhongwang. And he took away all the star stones that Yen Zhongwang obtained from the star mine? It seems so. Isn't this a little too careless? It seems like it's just a simple guess. It can't be confirmed, right? It doesn't sound too serious, and it's just a guess. However, this guess can be said to be the truth, because it said that Yen Zhongwang and his two servants treated them with respect ever since they entered the super spiritual domain. It was only when they came into contact with that young man that they had a bad relationship with. It seems that Yen Zhongwang had lost face because of it, and with Yen Zhongwang's status, it's understandable that he would do something after losing face. Combined with the sentence, "Just because I didn't want to join the Manwei dynasty, you sent someone to kill me," when the genuine immortal's corpse killed Yen Zhongwang. This guess is very consistent, right? This seems to be the case. The person who was doubtful nodded, then whispered, "But if that's really the case, then Yen Zhongwang is purely. The person looked left and right, then lowered his voice even more. "If that's really the case, then Yen Zhongwang's death is his own fault. He can't blame anyone. The Manwei dynasty actually put out a warrant for someone with such great fanfare? So what? Does the Manwei dynasty care about who's right and who's wrong? They only cared that someone had killed an important figure of their bloodline and offended the dignity of their bloodline. And there's one more thing. It said that Yen Zhongwang obtained a frightening amount of celestial stones. Even for the Manwei dynasty, it's a super treasure. Now, the Manwei dynasty put out a warrant for that young man for two reasons. One is to avenge Yen Zhongwang and maintain their dignity, and more importantly, to take back those celestial stones. It said that several genuine immortals and true ancestors of this lineage have come out of seclusion. What? For that person, the Manwei dynasty's genuine immortals came out of seclusion? It said so. This actually alarmed the genuine immortals. The genuine immortals are going to do it themselves? That can't be helped. That person has a genuine immortal's corpse and a genuine immortal weapon. He's invincible below the genuine immortal level. Only the genuine immortals can suppress him. On the avenue, the cultivators discussed with different expressions on their faces. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu were still some distance away from the avenue, so they naturally heard the cultivators' discussion. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes. The people of the Wanwei dynasty are quite quick-witted. Just from the unpleasant contact between Yen Zhongwang's azure-robed servant and us, and the words you said while controlling the withered corpse of the true immortal, they were able to deduce that you killed Yen Zhongwang. Wuxing Crocodile was a bit surprised. To be able to dominate the starry sky, the experts of this lineage naturally can't be mediocre. It's normal for them to be able to infer something like this, Lin Tian said. Moreover, it's not difficult to come up with something like this. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Well, that's true. Then it asked, then what should we do now? If the genuine immortal expert of this lineage finds us, even if we have the transcendence elixir that can increase our combat power by 10 times, according to what you said before, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resist. The difference in combat power is huge. It said, looking at Lin Tiandao. By the way, I forgot that you're special. You're a reincarnated body and have experienced many heavenly tribulations. Although you're in the early stage of eternity, your combat power is definitely much stronger than Lord Crocodile and Little Taichu. With your current cultivation and the Transcendence Elixir, can you defeat a genuine immortal? Hearing its question, Little Taichu couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I can't win. The gap between my current combat power and a genuine immortal's combat power is more than 10 times. If I want to defeat a genuine immortal with the various conditions under my control now, I have to at least increase my cultivation. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped speaking and tilted his head to look towards the southeast. Wisps of astonishment appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing his action, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were a little curious. This Guqin sound is very special. Lin Tiandao fixed his gaze on the southeast with this place as the center. What Guqin sound? What Guqin sound? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled and looked in the direction of Lin Tian's gaze. The next moment it was slightly moved. I heard it. A glimmer of light appeared in its eyes. It seems very special, very unusual. Little Taichu looked in the southeast and called out in a childish voice. There was also a faint glimmer in its eyes. Obviously, it also heard the Guqin sound from the southeast and felt the uniqueness of the Guqin sound. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tiandao. The faint Guqin sound came from the southeast. It was weak, peaceful, and tranquil, as if it was played with the Tao as the strings. It contained a very special and very amazing Tao rhythm, which made his divine soul tremble when he heard the Guqin sound, even though he was in the eternal realm. His soul power vaguely became a little stronger, which really surprised him. Immediately, he, the 5 elements crocodile, and little grand primordium rose into the air at the same time, flying towards the southeast direction of this place at an extremely fast speed. After more than 2 hours, an ordinary little village appeared in front of them. The zither music had become much clearer in this place compared to when they first heard it. It came from a locust tree forest to the west of the village. Chapter 1488. The village was not small. There were about 100 or so households, and they were all ordinary people. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu arrived at this place. They only briefly scanned the village before their gazes fell straight on the locust tree forest on the west side of the village. The locust tree forest was not very big. It was about 100 feet in radius. The locust trees inside were not very tall. The leaves were green, and pale, white locust flowers bloomed. There was a faint fragrance floating nearby. The faint sound of a zither drifted out from the forest. It was quiet and peaceful. Lin Tianji felt comfortable all over as he listened to this zither music. This was because the zither music here was much clearer than when he first heard it from far away. At this time he felt his spirit vibrate more intensely, and his soul power was increasing on its own. Let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, he called for Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu to descend from the void. They walked on foot and quickly entered the locust tree forest. A scorching sun hung in the sky. The sunlight penetrated through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the locust trees, casting specks of light on the ground. As soon as the 3 of them entered the locust tree forest, they felt a cool and comfortable feeling. The zither music that lingered in the air was much clearer and more melodious than when they were outside. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu walked in. As they listened to the zither music, they felt an indescribable comfort. It was as if the Tao was surrounding them. As they listened to the zither music, they walked deeper into the locust tree forest where the zither music was even clearer. The locust tree forest was not big. In the blink of an eye, they walked to the center of the forest, where the zither music was the clearest. In other words, the zither music was coming from this place. However, when they came here and found the source of the zither music, the 3 of them could not help but change their expressions. This Lin Tian looked ahead. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. As far as the eye could see, there was a small tomb at the center of the locust tree forest. The zither music was coming from the small tomb. A tomb? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Even little Taichu couldn't help but widen his big, watery eyes. They had heard the sound of the zither from afar and felt that it was extraordinary, so they had chased after it until they reached this place. Unexpectedly, the source of the zither sound was actually a simple little tomb. "Who are you?" An old voice sounded, and a white-haired old man walked in from outside the forest. The old man was leaning on a walking stick. He looked to be in his 70s, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of genuine or divine power around his body. Obviously, he was just an ordinary person. "Who are you?" the old man asked as he approached Lin Tian. At the same time, the old man also saw the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu beside Lin Tian. However, he did not pay much attention to them because whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were not speaking. He only thought that whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were Lin Tian's pets. After all, many people in this world had pets. Lin Tian saw the old man's eyes sweep over whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. He naturally understood that the old man thought that whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were his pets. He gave a look to the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, indicating that they should temporarily play the role of pets and not startle this ordinary old man. He stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, old man. I am not a suspicious person. I just heard a very nice zither sound nearby, so I came here." "What?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man was shocked. "You can still hear the zither sound in this forest?" Lin Tian nodded. At the same time, he was curious. "Old man, do you know about the zither sound? Can you tell me more about it?" When the old man asked him, he used the word also. Obviously, he knew about the zither sound in this place. Beside him, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu did not speak. However, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes as they looked straight at the old man. "I know. How can I not know? This is something that has been passed down for generations in our village. Everyone in the village knows about it." The old man nodded. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately knew where the old man came from. He must have come from the small village near the Huai tree forest. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was that the old man knew about the zither sound in this place. He asked, "Then, can you tell me more about the zither sound here? Is it convenient?" The zither sound here was too unusual. Now that the old man knew about it, he naturally wanted to know more about it. The old man looked at the curious expression on Lin Tian's face and did not refuse. "It is not inconvenient." When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately stepped forward and very politely helped the old man to a bluestone in the Huai tree forest to sit down. "Please tell me about it," he said politely. The old man looked at Lin Tian and nodded with a smile. It was rare to see such a polite young man nowadays. "This old man only heard about it from my grandfather who passed away." Of course, this old man's grandfather also heard about it from the people from 2 generations ago. Because this matter was too long ago, so long ago that it's hard to say exactly when it happened. The old man said, "It is said that a long time ago there was a witch living in the village. She always had a very gentle smile on her face. She was not originally from the village and seemed to have moved in from somewhere else. I heard from my grandfather that there were many kinds of diseases in those years. People in the village often fell ill and died because they could not get good treatment. However, ever since the witch moved into the village, she could easily cure anyone who fell ill, no matter what kind of disease it was. She would also help the villagers if they had any other problems. She could solve them easily without any compensation." As the old man spoke, although he had never met the witch, his face and eyes were full of respect. Then he showed a trace of regret and said, "However, I heard that the witch did not stay in the village for long. She passed away about 10 years later." Lin Tian knew that the word witch was a sacred title in ancient times. It meant that she was a woman who could communicate with the gods. At this time, the old man said these words and did not mention the zither sound. However, he also knew that the old man would not mention the witch for no reason when he asked about the zither sound. "Old man, is the zither sound here related to the witch?" he asked. The old man nodded and said, "I heard from my grandfather that the witch knew many things. In those 10 years, she would always play the zither in this locust tree forest when she was free." As he spoke, the old man stood up and walked step by step to the small tomb in the center of the locust tree. He bowed respectfully and then said, "This tomb is the witch's tomb. The witch used to play the zither here. It is said that every time the witch played the zither, the villagers would come to listen. Every time they heard it, they would become very energetic and all their fatigue would be swept away." "Are you saying that the zither sound I'm hearing now is the sound of the witch playing the zither a long time ago?" Lin Tian's expression changed. "Yes." The old man nodded and said, "In fact, it is said that not long after the witch passed away, the sound of the zither could still be heard in this locust tree forest. The villagers would often come here to pay their respects and listen to the remnant sound of the zither. However, as time passed, gradually no one could hear the sound of the zither anymore. This old man was an ordinary person. After someone died, if the sound of the person playing the zither still lingered in the space, even if they did not personally experience it, they would be surprised if they heard it from others. However, this old man was not. When he mentioned this matter, there was only reverence and respect on his face. And this was entirely because of the reverence he had for the great witch that he had never met before, which was something that came from the bottom of his heart. After that, the villagers continued to hear the zither sound left behind by the witch in this locust tree forest for generations. "I didn't expect that you would still be able to hear it." The old man looked at the witch's tomb in front of him and then looked at Lin Tian. At this time, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Lin Tian was also surprised because of the old man's words. At this moment, he was very shocked. Based on the old man's expression, he could believe that the witch the old man spoke of was definitely something that had happened and was not a legend made up by the villagers. At the same time, based on the old man's words, he could also imagine that the witch had existed for at least 100,000 years. She had played the zither here so long ago, and the sound of the zither had not completely dissipated. It had been floating in this place all this time, and he could still hear it now. Moreover, it made his spirit tremble and become stronger. This meant that the witch from back then was definitely not an ordinary person. She had to be a super powerful existence that was definitely far beyond his current realm. Why would such a powerful person come to such an ordinary village? Moreover, under normal circumstances, people who surpassed his current realm were already immortal and had the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. How could she silently die and disappear in this ordinary village? How did the witch pass away? He asked the old man. It is said that she died of a strange disease. Before she passed away, she would always cough up blood. The old man sighed and looked at the small tomb in front of him. According to the words passed down from the ancestors of the village, the witch's medical skills were unparalleled. No matter what illness or disease was in the village, she could quickly cure it. However, when she fell ill, she was powerless. It seems to be true that the saying that doctors can't cure themselves is true. Lin Tian was moved. Before she passed away, she often coughed up blood. The witch was seriously injured at that time. The faint sound of the zither surrounded his ears. He looked at the small tomb in front of him. On the tombstone, there were the words "Witch's Memorial Tablet" engraved. Then, in the next moment, he looked at the tombstone and could not help but be slightly moved. Because the tombstone was not made of ordinary stone, it was made of firestone. This kind of stone was very hard. With the strength of an ordinary person, even with the help of iron, it should be impossible to carve words on it. Even an ordinary cultivator in the sea of consciousness realm would find it difficult to do so. This tomb was built by the people in the village personally for the witch? He asked. Chapter 1489. Lin Tian was moved. A snow wolf was buried here. The old man nodded. the Great Witch was very gentle and kind. It was said that she helped a wolf cub when she went out to gather herbs. Later on, the wolf cub grew up and became that snow wolf. As he spoke, the old man sighed. Even wild beasts like wolves know how to be grateful. It is said that when the Great Witch passed away, that snow wolf dug up the grave and set up a tombstone like a human. It guarded this place for 49 days. Some people even saw that snow wolf shed tears. Lin Tian looked at the tombstone in front of him. Looking at the words Great Witch's Memorial Tablet on the tombstone, his eyes flickered. He guessed that this tomb was not set up by ordinary villagers at that time. As ordinary villagers, they did not have the ability to carve tombstones on the hard, flaming adamantine rock. It was impossible to do so even with the help of sharp iron tools. However, he did not expect that the one who set up the tombstone for the Great Witch was a snow wolf. Gratitude? To set up tombstones and shed tears for the humans who helped me pass away. He muttered to himself. The snow wolf that grew up was able to carve tombstones on the hard, flaming adamantine rock with its beast claws. At that time, it should have had a certain level of cultivation. Its cultivation should have been at least in the spiritual sea realm. When he heard the old man say these words, he suddenly felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. However, he knew that this was real. The zither music here was full of Taoist rhythms. It could not be faked. The tombstone inscriptions here could not be faked either. It was impossible for ordinary people to carve tombstones like this with their strength. The faint zither music floated in this tree forest. It was quiet and peaceful. It seemed to have the power to calm anyone. Lin Tian felt his spirit tremble involuntarily again. His soul power became stronger. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder, this junior has a presumptuous request. Can this junior stay here alone for a while?" The zither music here was extraordinary. He felt that comprehending the zither music here would be of great benefit to him, the whooshing crocodile and the little taichu. Perhaps it could increase their cultivation in a short period of time. The old man looked at Lin Tian, and then looked at the witch's tomb in front of him. He paused for a moment, and then said, "Well, after so many years, you can still hear the sound of the witch playing the zither. Maybe you and the witch are fated to be together. It doesn't hurt to stay here alone for a while." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian, and his expression became very serious. "However, you are absolutely not allowed to do anything disrespectful here. Even though Lady Witch only stayed in the village for a dozen years before she passed away, she has done countless favors for the village. She is the most important person in the history of our village. Please be at ease. Junior will definitely not do anything disrespectful in this place, nor will I destroy a single blade of grass or stone here. I will just quietly listen to the melodious zither music here." Lin Tian promised seriously. Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, the old man nodded slightly. "Okay, then this old man will take his leave first." As he spoke, the old man walked out of the locust tree forest. At the same time, he sighed emotionally. This old man also wants to listen to that zither music. Lin Tian watched as the old man left and disappeared from sight. Then he turned his head and looked at the small tomb in front of him again. A person whose cultivation was far superior to his had silently come to this village and then disappeared in the village. He really did not understand. However, he did not think too much about this matter. Since the witch had come to this village back then, she must have had a special reason. As for that reason, he did not need to look too deeply into it. The faint zither music floated in this place. It was tranquil, peaceful, and had an extraordinary Tao rhyme. Almost all of you know. Properly comprehend this zither music. It will be of great use to us now," he said to the whooshing crocodile and the little taichu. "Understood," the whooshing crocodile said. Naturally, it could feel the benefits of the zither music here. As for some things about the zither music here, after listening to the old man's words, it knew that the zither music was left in this space by a very gentle, who often played the zither here. Because of this, it also understood that the witches' cultivation was far superior to theirs. Otherwise, the zither music from back then would not have remained in this space for so long. Now, they only needed to seriously comprehend the zither music here to cultivate. Yeah, the little Taichu also responded in a childish voice. Let's begin. Lin Tian Ondao. Immediately, the man and the two beasts each found a position very close to the small tomb in the locust tree forest to listen to the zither music. Lin Tian sat down on a blue stone next to the small tomb. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun to make his essence, chi, and spirit highly concentrated. This way, he could more clearly capture the zither music here and better comprehend it. Buzz. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and the golden light outside his body was faint. The zither music became clearer because of this. In this zither music, strands of Taoist rhymes intertwined. They could not be seen or touched, but Lin Tian could clearly capture them. Then he integrated his own consciousness into it and blended with the Taoist rhymes. He began to comprehend the Taoist technique. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing. The great path nomological laws in his body also began to become stronger. He used the Taoist rhymes intertwined with the zither music here to stimulate and improve his own Taoist rhymes, and then improve himself. This was Tao comprehension. For cultivators, Tao comprehension was the same as heaven and earth spirit chi and heaven and earth treasures. No matter what level one was at, the right Tao comprehension and the right Tao comprehension could allow a cultivator's strength to soar rapidly. It was recorded in the ancient books that some powerful existences ascended to the immortal world after comprehending the Taoist rhymes. This was enough to show that if one comprehended the Taoist rhymes, it would be very beneficial to the cultivator's body. Buzz. Lin Tian captured the zither music here. The great path nomological laws in his body surged. The Taoist rhymes intertwined outside his body and leaped. This Taoist rhyme was hazy, sacred, and vast. However, it was difficult to tell what kind of Taoist rhyme it was. Today, his cultivation had reached the height of the eternal realm. He did not know how many times he had deduced the Taoist rhyme he had mastered. However, it was always to no avail. He could not tell what kind of Taoist rhyme he had mastered. The only thing he knew was that this Taoist rhyme was very tyrannical. In the case of equal cultivation and combat strength, the Taoist rhyme he had comprehended could not be stopped by any great path among all the enemies he had encountered since his cultivation. He was in the midst of cultivation, activating the Heart Sutra of Sunday. More of his consciousness was integrated into the Taoist rhymes intertwined with the zither music here. He used the Taoist rhymes to stimulate his Taoist rhymes on a deeper level, making his Taoist rhymes slowly strengthen. Soon, the Taoist rhyme outside his body gradually began to thicken. At the same time, his essence, chi, spirit, and spiritual soul began to grow. Although the speed of growth was not very fast, it was definitely not slow either. His cultivation also rose from the early stage of the eternal realm to the middle stage of the eternal realm. His spiritual soul, as his essence, spirit, and spiritual soul gradually grew stronger, and as his cultivation grew stronger, his spiritual soul trembled slightly. Immediately in the next moment, his body trembled slightly. As his spiritual soul trembled, his spiritual consciousness blended into the Taoist rhymes in the zither music. A strange picture appeared in his sea of consciousness. He saw a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Her body was dirty and thin, as if she had not eaten for several days. When she passed by a small village, a simple old woman took out rice porridge and steamed buns. The little girl wolfed down the food while the old woman smiled kindly. Then, as time passed, he saw the girl gradually grow up and embark on the path of cultivation. She became a slender and elegant young girl. After that, gradually, he could not see the girl's appearance clearly. He could only see the girl constantly growing stronger. She walked across the land and across the sky. Finally, after the destructive picture that seemed like the explosion of heaven and earth, he saw the girl with a blurred face standing in front of a small village again. She walked into the small village step by step, overlooking the whole village as if she was looking for something. Unfortunately, she could not find it. There was a faint sadness mixed in this picture. There were many people in the small village. The girl lived in the village, helping the villagers cure diseases, driving away the fierce beasts that invaded from time to time. She helped the villagers who needed to get water from dozens of miles away to dig wells in the village. She helped the villagers open up more land and taught the villagers the best planting methods. She taught the children in the village how to read. The appearance of the village became better and better, and the lives of the villagers became better and better. She played with the young children, helped the old villagers who had lost their grandchildren wash and cook, and played the zither for all the villagers in the Hwai Tree Forest. Gradually, the melodious zither music floated in the picture, mixed with warmth and laughter, until one day, when the girl finally played the zither in the Hwai Tree Forest, he saw blood dripping on the strings. Then the picture dissipated, leaving only the sound of the zither drifting leisurely. This is Lin Tian's Soul Trembled. These pictures were intertwined in the sound of the zither. Were these the memory fragments of the person who played the zither? The thin little girl who passed by the small village that year slowly grew up and embarked on the path of cultivation. She became stronger and stronger. She was the witch who came later. He was moved. Picture after picture flashed in his sea of consciousness. He finally understood why the powerful woman who was called the Great Witch by the villagers came to such an ordinary small village. When she was young and hungry, she was indebted to the villagers for a meal. Then, she unexpectedly embarked on the path of cultivation. Her cultivation gradually became strong, very strong. Then, for some reason, the woman was severely injured. It seemed that she did not have much time left, so she returned to the small village where she had been indebted to. She wanted to find the old woman who had given her a meal and repay her kindness. Unfortunately, she did not find her in the end. Even from the picture floating in his sea of consciousness, he could feel a kind of sadness. He also knew that at that time, the witch suddenly understood a problem, and that was that the lifespan of ordinary mortals couldn't be compared to that of cultivators. The old woman who had given her a meal back then had already turned into dust and couldn't have lived for so long. Therefore, the woman stayed in the village. Unable to repay the old woman, she dedicated the rest of her life to the entire village until her death. Chapter 1490. The golden divine light and the light of the great path intertwined outside of his body. Lin Tian finally understood why that powerful witch came to such a simple village. It turned out that when she was young, she had received a meal from an old woman in the village. He felt a little emotional. Just for the grace of a meal, such a powerful cultivator finally returned to this small village. After the old woman passed away, she silently contributed to the village where the old woman once lived. She gave all the remaining 10 years of her life to the small village. She did not change the worldview and values of the villagers in the village. She did not bring the power of cultivation to this place. She only gave herself to the village like a mortal. In his view, this was more touching than the other party teaching the villagers cultivation and leading the villagers on the road of cultivation. This was a person worthy of respect. The faint sound of the guqin intertwined, floating in this locust tree forest. Lin Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down. His powerful divine sense continued to integrate into the sound of the guqin, to understand the way contained in the sound and improve himself. The golden divine light outside his body became more blazing, and the light of the way outside his body became more vigorous. The growth of his essence, qi, and spirit began to speed up a lot. The speed of his cultivation also increased, climbing rapidly. In this way, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, the golden divine light and the light of the great path outside Lin Tian's body became extremely rich. Immediately, a bright light shone between his eyebrows. There was an amazing surge of spiritual energy, and then it quickly calmed down. The next moment, he opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was intertwined, hazy and vast, as if it was a vast starry sky. The middle stage of the eternal realm. He muttered to himself. For a month, he had been comprehending the way in the sound of the guqin here, quietly comprehending the way. After all, he had achieved something. On this day, he stepped into the middle stage of the eternal realm. His physical body, spiritual soul, and sea of consciousness were much stronger, and his origin was brighter. He stood up and stretched his body. With a slight movement, there was a burst of wind and thunder. His momentum was very vigorous. The pressure of the eternal realm was even more amazing, and the light of the great path was more condensed, like a robe of the way wrapped around the surface of his body. Very good. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. His battle prowess had greatly increased, and he was much stronger than he was a month ago. Moreover, the most important thing was that at this time he had stepped into the middle stage of the eternal realm by comprehending the zither music here. His cultivation at this level was very stable, unlike when he had just stepped into this level. He didn't need to consolidate his cultivation at all. He took another deep breath and then looked at Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. Both of them were still in the midst of comprehending the Tao. Their essence, qi, and spirit were getting stronger, and their Tao light was getting stronger. It wouldn't be long before they reached the middle stage of the eternal realm. Therefore, he stopped comprehending the Tao and walked to the side to protect Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, 2 extraordinary divine powers intertwined one after another. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu rushed into the middle stage of the eternal realm one after another. Their essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger. The 2 of them soared into the air and flew up from their original positions. Kid, did you see those images? Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tian. It was rare that it didn't howl excitedly after its cultivation was promoted like before. At this time, it looked at the small tomb in the center of the locust tree. Lin Tian heard this and was slightly moved. You saw it too? He looked at Whooshing Crocodile. I saw it. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Next to him, little Taichu cried out in a childish voice and raised its little paw like a child. Apparently, it was indicating that it had also seen those images. At this time, there was no need to say anything more. 1 person and 2 beasts understood that the images they saw were the same. For a time, their eyes couldn't help but fall on the small tomb in the center of the locust tree forest. Although the other party seems to have suffered a very serious injury and doesn't have much time left to live as a powerful existence beyond the eternal realm, Lord Crocodile admires her for being able to silently dedicate the rest of her life to an ordinary village just because of a meal in the past. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian nodded silently and stared at the small tomb in front of him. As Whooshing Crocodile said, the witch was indeed worthy of admiration. He looked at the small tomb. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu also looked at it. Their eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He followed the sound of the guqin and gained enlightenment here. Now it was time to leave. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu nodded. Lin Tian took one last look at the witch's tomb in the center of the locust tree forest and walked out of the locust tree forest with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. After walking out of the locust tree forest, he went to the village next to the locust tree forest and saw with his own eyes the well that the witch had led the villagers of that era to dig and the land that the witch had opened with the villagers of that era. Then he found the old man who explained some things about the witch a month ago and said goodbye to him. I went to the locust tree forest after that and thought that you might stay there for a long time. I wanted to send you some food or something, but I didn't see you. You should have left by then. Why did you appear again? The old man had a strange expression on his face. It's like this. Previously, because of some urgent matters, I suddenly left and didn't have time to say goodbye to you. Now that the matter has been settled, I rushed back and thought that I should say goodbye to you. Otherwise, if I just left without saying a word, it would be too impolite. Lin Tian said. In fact, during this period, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu had always stayed in the locust tree forest and had seen the old man come to the locust tree forest to observe. However, at that time, in order to prevent others from disturbing their enlightenment, he cast a special technique on himself, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. People with lower cultivation than him could not see them or sense their existence. Therefore, when the old man went to the locust tree forest, he did not see him and thought that he had left. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man suddenly understood and smiled. Not bad, young man. You're really not bad. He felt more and more that Lin Tian really understood etiquette. After leaving because of an urgent matter, he actually came back to say goodbye to him. You're too kind. This is just the basic etiquette. This junior should have done it. Lin Tian was very courteous. Not long after, he truly said goodbye to the old man. Then he led Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu out of the small village and took one last look at the locust tree forest in the distance. Then he walked even further away. In the blink of an eye, he led Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu far away. Then, more than 2 hours passed unknowingly. They had left more than 90 mountains behind them. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, an extraordinary divine light beam rushed from the extreme distance. It was mixed with an aura that could make one's origin tremble. It directly pierced into the sky, startling the man and the two beasts. As far as the eye could see, the pillar of divine light shot into the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. After that, numerous strange scenes suddenly appeared in the sky at that location. Exotic flowers and plants condensed one after another, and they were interwoven with various different colors and were extremely beautiful. It was as if a sea of flowers really existed in the sky. In the sea of flowers, a palm-sized white orchid was the most eye-catching. It was condensed from light and was like the flower emperor of this sea of flowers. It was clustered in the center by countless immortal flowers and exotic grasses. This scene, this is Lin Tian's expression changed. Thousand illusion, divine orchid. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. In the past, Lin Tian had brought back a lot of ancient books from the Xian planet. They could be said to be all-inclusive. It was recorded that a kind of divine plant called Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid would give birth to this kind of vision and reflect a sea of flowers in the sky before it matured. The conditions for this kind of divine orchid to grow were very unusual. It needed to be born in a special kind of spiritual soil. Moreover, before it matured, it couldn't be moved at all. Otherwise, the divine orchid would wither directly. At the same time, it took a very long time to mature. It needed at least hundreds of thousands of years to mature from a seedling. It could be said that it was very harsh in all aspects. However, perhaps it was because of its harsh nature that its effects were so amazing. According to the records in the ancient book, once the Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid was fully matured, it could be refined within 2 hours. Anyone below the Golden Immortal Realm who refined it would be able to increase their cultivation by at least 1 realm. It was not a small realm, but a big realm. To put it simply, if an early-stage true immortal cultivator refined a fully mature Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid, he could at least directly step into the early-stage Golden Immortal Realm in a short time. It was even possible for him to step into the middle-stage Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, it was said that this divine orchid had other amazing magical effects. It could almost really bring back the dead. It was an amazing healing medicine. No matter how injured one was, as long as one was not really dead, as long as one had a weak breath, and as long as one's divine soul had not been destroyed, this divine orchid could be restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. There is a Thousand Illusion Divine Orchid there, and it's about to mature. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Even Lin Tian's eyes and face were full of astonishment. He stared straight at the place where the divine light pillar rushed up. According to this vision, there was definitely 1,000 illusion divine orchid in that place, where the divine light pillar rushed up, and it was about to mature. Boy, hurry up. Rush over there quickly. This is a super treasure. You can't miss it. You must get it. With our current cultivation, we can definitely reach the half-step true immortal realm at the same time if we refine it together. In addition, after we get it, we can let you refine it alone and directly reach the middle stage true immortal realm. At that time, with your strongest king body and your cultivation at the middle stage true immortal realm, maybe you can directly tear open the barrier of the immortal realm and take us into the immortal realm. Chapter 1491. The value of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid was too great. The whooshing crocodile's eyes were shining with excitement. Lin Tian was not as excited as the 5-element crocodile. However, his eyes were also filled with a bright light. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid did indeed have an extremely shocking magical effect. If they could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to them. "Let's go," he said, and immediately called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to go in the direction of the divine light pillar. Their speed was very fast. In about an hour, they arrived near the place where the divine light pillar had shot up. As far as the eye could see, there was a chain of mountains in front of them. The mountains were not very tall, and the spirit energy fluctuations intertwined within them were not dense. It looked like a very ordinary mountain range. It was hard to imagine that there would be a divine item like the 1,000 illusion divine orchid in this mountain range. Whoosh! 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 The sound of people breaking through the air could be heard. When they arrived, they saw a large number of cultivators rushing in from different directions. Their blood energy fluctuations were very strong. They were all experts. Obviously, they had come because of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The man and the 2 beasts were not surprised by this scene. After all, the value of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid was simply too great. With such a phenomenon, it would naturally attract countless experts to fight over it if people guessed that there was a 1,000 illusion sacred orchid here. Is it really the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid? That strange phenomenon is exactly the same as recorded in the ancient books. Other than the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, what else could it be? A large number of experts from the Manwei dynasty have arrived. It is said that there are 3 true immortals among them. They are determined to get the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. Moreover, it seems that there are a few true immortals among them. They are also here for the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. What? Even the true immortals are here. Then, what's the point of us going there? We can't get the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. Stupid. The 1,000 illusion sacred orchid needs special spiritual soil to grow. That kind of spiritual soil can nurture a divine item like the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. There must be other treasures of heaven and earth, and there must be a lot of them. Now, those true immortals will only fight for the divine item, the 1,000 illusion orchid. We'll go fight for the other natural treasures. A few cultivators were discussing among themselves, and they were moving very quickly towards the continuous mountain range. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Tai Chu naturally heard the discussions of these cultivators, and their gazes flickered. Even a true immortal expert has jumped out. Whooshing crocodile was moved. The 1,000 transformations divine orchid is refined within 2 hours after it matures. Even true immortals can reach the golden immortal stage at the very least. It's not surprising that it would jump out. Lin Tiandao, whooshing crocodile, said, "Of course, Grandpa Crocodile knows this. What Grandpa Crocodile means is that we have no hope now that the true immortal experts have jumped out." Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light as he gazed into the distant mountain range. That may not be the case. Huh. Listening to his words, Whooshing Crocodile was slightly moved. "Do you have a way to stop a true immortal expert?" it asked. "With your current eternal middle stage cultivation base, coupled with a transcendence elixir that can increase your combat power by 10 times, can you already stop a true immortal expert?" "No." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Even though I have reached the eternal middle stage, relying solely on the transcendence elixir is still inferior to a real, true immortal." Then, "However, the transcendence elixir is not the only thing I can rely on." Lin Tiandao said, "I have other means." He didn't elaborate. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, he beckoned Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to go into the mountain range. They were very fast and didn't hide anything. There were many cultivators coming here, so they were seen by many people in the blink of an eye. For a moment, many people were shocked. That is. The man wanted by the Manwei dynasty is the one who killed Yan Zongwang of the Manwei dynasty and took away all the starstones that Yan Zongwang obtained. Moreover, many of the supreme elders and other experts of other big forces were also killed by him. He actually came here. Doesn't he know that a large number of experts from the Manwei dynasty have also come here? There are even a few true immortal level experts among them. By running here, he is simply throwing himself into a trap. He should be here for the 1,000 illusion orchid, or for other treasures of heaven and earth in this mountain range. Isn't he too bold? In the face of a true immortal expert, even if he has a true immortal corpse and a true immortal weapon, he can't stop them. It's not just a true immortal expert who can't stop them. It's said that the Manwei dynasty sent many elders of the eternal realm with some kind of divine formation that can prevent a cultivator's spirit from leaving his body. It can also prevent him from controlling the true immortal corpse with his spirit. Moreover, they also brought true immortal weapons. He can't stop these eternal realm experts alone. Many cultivators stared at Lin Tian from afar, and some of them couldn't help whispering. When the Manwei dynasty investigated some things, it was speculated that Lin Tian was the one who controlled the true immortal corpse to kill Yan Zongwang. At that time, many cultivators thought it was just speculation. But later, Lin Tian, who had never been heard of as a wanted man, came forward to clarify the matter. Therefore, they were sure that the one who controlled the true immortal corpse to kill Yan Zongwang was indeed Lin Tian. At this time, these people were surprised to see Lin Tian appear here with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. Many people consciously distanced themselves from Lin Tian, for fear that they would be mistaken as having something to do with Lin Tian. If this attracted the hostility of the Manwei dynasty, they would have no place to cry. It would lead to a huge disaster. These people looked at Lin Tian with fear, and their voices were very low. However, Lin Tian's current cultivation was at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Naturally, he heard all these people's discussions. However, Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He didn't care at all. He called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu and continued to walk towards the rolling mountain range ahead. Within the continuous mountain range, there were many mountains. After they entered the mountain range, they quickly walked to a place that was very far away. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Boom! In front of them, in the depths of the mountain range, tyrannical divine power intertwined with true immortal level fluctuations and the law of immortal Tao. It was extremely powerful. This is the place directly below the divine light beam that rushed up from before. There are already true immortals fighting there. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Let's go there first. Lin Tiandao. Looking at that position, he called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to speed up. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The void shook, and red flags rushed out from all directions. The flags were engraved with dense runes and divine seals. In the blink of an eye, one person and two beasts were completely sealed in the middle. Found you! A cold voice rang out. The void shook, and 9 middle-aged men stepped out in succession. Each of them was very strong, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu looked at the red flags that sealed the surroundings, and then looked at the 9 middle-aged men who stepped out. They were very calm. Manwei Dynasty. Lin Tian looked at the 9 people and said, "These people had divine power fluctuations similar to Yan Zhongwang's. They should have cultivated the same ancient divine arts." So he didn't have to think too much to know that these 9 people were all cultivators of the Manwei Dynasty. Around them, the red flags were intertwined, and the divine seals on them flashed brilliantly, completely sealing the void in all directions. At the same time, the 9 middle-aged men also stood in different positions, forming a kind of joint attack formation. Our Manwei Dynasty has been famous in the starry sky. No one has ever dared to disrespect us. You dare to offend us like that. You dare to attack the big shot of our dynasty and take away all the starstones obtained by our Zhongwang. You are really bold and deserve to die." One of them said with cold eyes. The other 8 middle-aged men also had cold eyes, and their killing intent was very strong. "Humph, you killed him. You robbed him. So what? Your Manwei Dynasty is nothing." Wuxing Crocodile said sarcastically. The 9 middle-aged men looked at Wuxing Crocodile and their faces sank. Their eyes became colder, and their killing intent became stronger. Then one of them looked at Lin Tian and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." According to various signs, although the Manwei Dynasty had confirmed that the person who killed Yan Zhongwang was Lin Tian, when they heard Wuxing Crocodile's words, they were even more certain. Their eyes became as sharp as swords. "So what?" Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them and said, "Why did you come in front of me? Do you want to kill me?" In fact, he knew that the 9 middle-aged men wanted to kill him, but he just said it casually. "What do you think? Do you think you can still live after offending our dynasty?" The 9 of them had cruel eyes and cold divine power intertwined around their bodies. Red flags suppressed the surroundings, sealing the space in all directions. They started to move, closing in on the man and the 2 beasts. They were going to kill the man and the 2 beasts, and they were going to take back all the starstones that Lin Tian took from Yan Zhongwang. Seeing the 9 of them closing in, Lin Tianyi did not move at all. He seemed very calm. "You're all here to die." Wuxing Crocodile looked at the 9 middle-aged men and said. Little Taichu mumbled in its baby voice. Obviously, it had the same meaning as Wuxing Crocodile. The 9 middle-aged men's eyes were cruel. One of them said coldly, "Don't think you can do anything just because you have the corpse of a true immortal. Do you think we don't know about this?" With the soul-sealing quake, suppressing the surroundings, none of you can control the corpse of a true immortal. As for true immortal weapons, we have them too. As the man spoke, a treasured saber rushed out of his body with a boom. It was intertwined with dense divine runes, and the aura of a true immortal and the law of immortals were very thick. Offending our dynasty, only death awaits you. Kill. Chapter 1492. As one of the 9 middle-aged men of the Manwei dynasty made his move, the other 8 also made their moves at the same time. For a time, 9 vast divine powers pressed down on Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu at the same time. The turbulent divine powers seemed to be able to obliterate everything. Moreover, at the same time, the 9 of them also raised their genuine immortal weapon, treasured sabers. The immortal Tao law was fierce and cold. Suddenly, the aura of destruction rumbled in every corner of this space. All the killing lights fell in front of the man and the 2 beasts in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the Tao map of the 4 symbols emerged. The power of annihilation intertwined to meet the attacks of the 9 people. Chi! With a soft sound, the killing divine powers of the 9 people were all annihilated by the Tao map of the 4 symbols. You! The 9 people of the Manwei dynasty all turned pale. They had joined forces to launch a killing attack, and even a trace of the killing power of a genuine immortal weapon. But it was disintegrated so easily. How did you? The 9 people looked at Lin Tian, and for a moment their faces were full of shock. The young man in front of them was so powerful. I told you earlier that you're here to die. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 9 people and said sarcastically. Lin Tian looked calm and said, let's end this quickly. There's no need to waste time with them. With that, he took a step and instantly appeared in front of a middle-aged man in a green robe among the 9 people. He raised his hand and threw a simple and direct punch. Boom! The void shook violently. He was only relying on the pure strength of his body to throw a punch, but his strength was terrifying to the extreme. The middle-aged man in a green robe turned pale. He was shocked by both Lin Tian's speed and Lin Tian's punch. You, puff! The powerful punch directly shattered the middle-aged man in a green robe, and even his spirit was annihilated. Now he was at the middle stage of the eternal realm, and the middle-aged man in a green robe was also at the middle stage of the eternal realm. Under the same realm, how could ordinary people withstand the punch of the strongest reincarnation body? It was too easy to kill the opponent with one punch. How is this possible? The other 8 people from the Manwei dynasty trembled, their expressions changing again. With just a single punch, he had killed one of their middle-stage, eternal realm powerful elders. Boom! On the other side, Whooshing Crocodile made his move. He immediately used the demon clan's great magical skill to envelop one of the 8 people who were still alive. The tyrannical demon force crushed him, and in the blink of an eye he was crushed into pieces. The other party's divine soul fled in fear, but it had only escaped a few feet before it was met with Whooshing Crocodile's divine sense-killing sword. With a chi sound, it was split into pieces, and its body and soul were destroyed. It was a primordial beast, and after cultivating a second time, its source had become much stronger. Although it was not as abnormal as Lin Tian, it was definitely comparable to a normal king body. Within the same realm, there were also very few people who could stop it. Its battle prowess was extremely strong. Yeah. Little Tai Chu made a childish sound, and the wings on its back shook gently. A 6-colored divine light floated past, enveloping another middle-stage eternal realm elder of the Manwei dynasty and directly crushing him into pieces. Kid Lin's battle prowess is incredible, and so is this little guy. I don't know what race it is, but it's a complete mess. That 6-colored divine light is really scary. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. It's really scary. Lin Tian felt the same way. The 6-colored divine light of the little guy was really unusual. It was almost like the power of the Tao. As he said so, he glanced at the little guy and then looked at the last 6 people from the Manwei dynasty. Quickly deal with them, he said to Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. He took a step forward, appeared in front of another of the 6 people, and directly waved his fist. This person was the leader of the several eternal realm elders of the Manwei dynasty who came here. He was holding a genuine immortal weapon. When he saw Lin Tian close in, he immediately trembled violently and directly pushed the treasure knife to the limit with his own divine power. For a time, the genuine immortal weapon treasure knife bloomed with immortal divine light, and the sharp knife light was cold and oppressive. Humph! With a cold snort, Whooshing Crocodile took out a genuine immortal weapon called the Soul-Breaking Awl, which was obtained by the Zhou family of the remote antiquity in the Tonghung ancient star. At this time, he took it out and pressed it against the genuine immortal weapon treasure knife held up by the Manwei dynasty elder, opening a way for Lin Tian to kill. The Manwei dynasty elder who took out the genuine immortal weapon was shocked and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. He had heard that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal weapon, which was an immortal sword, and had been on guard. But he did not expect that Whooshing Crocodile, who rose with Lin Tian, also had a genuine immortal weapon. At this time, when he took out the genuine immortal weapon, he was caught off guard and directly hit his genuine immortal weapon, which directly made him unable to attack Lin Tian or defend against Lin Tian's attack. Die. An indifferent voice sounded. At this time, Lin Tian's fist pressed down and fell on the man's chest. With a puff, the man could not dodge and was directly blown to pieces, and his spirit body also dissipated. Lin Tian looked at the genuine immortal weapon, which was temporarily out of control. He directly reached out and grabbed it in his hand at a very fast speed. The seal of 4 symbols surged, and in an instant, all the other people's spiritual brand on it were wiped out. In a moment, only 5 people of the Manwei dynasty were left. Seeing this scene, they all trembled again. How could this be? The 5 people were terrified. They knew that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal corpse, so they prepared dozens of special red flags as a formation to prevent the spirit from leaving the body, so that Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu could not control the genuine immortal corpse with their spirit. They also knew that Lin Tian had a genuine immortal sword, so they also brought a genuine immortal saber. In summary, they believed that as long as they could find Lin Tian, they could easily suppress and kill Lin Tian, wash away the shame of Lin Tian's death at the hands of Yan Zhongwang of the Manwei dynasty, and at the same time, take back the huge number of starstones that Lin Tian had taken from Yan Zhongwang. However, the scene now made them tremble. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Tianyi and his people did not use the genuine immortal corpse at all, and Lin Tian was not the only one who had a genuine immortal weapon. Wuxing Crocodile, who had risen with Lin Tianyi, also had one. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had killed 4 elders at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Moreover, the genuine immortal weapons they brought out of the dynasty were also taken away. In any case, they did not expect this to happen. Go, go, one of them said in a trembling voice, and immediately retreated, flying away into the distance. At the same time, the other 4 people also retreated, flying away into the distance like lightning. All of them were extremely fast. At this moment, they fully realized that the strength of Lin Tianyi and his people was terrifying. Even if they did not have the genuine immortal corpse, they were definitely not a force that they could contend with. Lin Tian looked at the 5 people who were escaping with an indifferent expression. He just took a step forward and blocked their way. The 5 people trembled at the same time. They had already raised their speed to the limit, but Lin Tian caught up with them in an instant and cut off their way forward. You, Clang! Lin Tian raised his hand, holding the genuine immortal saber that he had just taken from the elder of the Manwei dynasty, and directly slashed out. With a whoosh, a fierce saber aura slashed out, cutting through the space, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to one of the 5 people. Ah! A scream came out, and the man's body collapsed. He was directly destroyed in body and soul by the saber. After all, this saber attack was made by Lin Tian, who was at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm and wielded a genuine immortal weapon. How could an ordinary cultivator at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm withstand it? In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 9 people from the Manwei dynasty were left. They all trembled even more, and their faces turned pale. Earlier, when the 9 of them had heard that Lin Tian had come to this mountain range, they had immediately come together with the intention of suppressing and killing Lin Tian. However, the outcome was like this. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 9 of them had been killed. Now only 4 remained. Boom! The aura of a genuine immortal and the law of the immortal Tao roared. Wuxing Crocodile controlled the soul-breaking all. At this time, it slashed out across the air, shrouding one of the 4 people and shattering it. His spirit body was also crushed in the broken body. Little Taichu growled in a childish voice, and the 6-colored divine light rose again, shrouding one of the last 3 people. This divine light was so powerful that the person who was shrouded could not even struggle. In the blink of an eye, his body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 9 powerful elders of the Manwei dynasty were left. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu, each in a direction, surrounded the last two people in the center. Suddenly, the last two Eternal Realm experts of the Manwë dynasty turned pale to the extreme. Spare us. One of them said in a trembling voice. The other person opened his mouth, his lips trembling. You don't mess around anymore. My dynasty's 3 genuine immortals and true ancestors are in this mountain range. If you fight again, you will be sensed by the 3 true ancestors of my dynasty. At that time, you will die. Lin Tian looked at the two people. One was begging for mercy, and the other was threatening, but there was not the slightest ripple in his expression. Clang! He attacked again. The genuine immortal saber in his hand slashed down again. 2 sharp saber auras flew out and rolled directly toward the two people. Puff! Puff! 2 bloody mists exploded. The last 2 people of the Manwë dynasty exploded at the same time, their bodies and souls destroyed. At the same time, the dozens of special flags that these people used to prevent the divine soul from leaving the body and to seal the void also collapsed under the power of the saber auras. They turned into debris and then into ashes in the blink of an eye. Why did you send yourself to death? Whooshing Crocodile said to himself. He put away the genuine immortal weapon, the soul-shattering all, into his body. Lin Tian put away the genuine immortal saber that he had taken from the Manwë dynasty elder and looked at a corner in the northwest of the continuous upper mountain range. That place was the place where the divine light beam had rushed up. It was the place where the 1,000 illusion immortal orchid was located. At this time, there was a very strong, genuine immortal aura and the law of the immortal Tao surging in that position. Moreover, there were 6 of them. 6 true immortal experts live there. Chapter 1493. In the northwest corner of the continuous mountain range, 6 streams of true immortal chi and the precepts of the immortal path tumbled. They seemed to be in an intense collision. Wave after wave of destructive power was set off in that location. Lin Tianyi and the others were shocked. Come, let's go. Lin Tiandao, the 1,000 illusion orchid, was in that location. He called out to the Whooshing Crocodile and the Little Taichu, and they headed directly toward that location. The man and the 2 beasts were very fast. After that, they soon arrived at the place where the divine light pillar had shot up. Boom! Intense divine power collided in front of them. 6 shadows crisscrossed. True immortal chi and the precepts of the immortal path tumbled. As far as the eye could see, there were 6 figures fighting in front of them. Each of them had extremely strong auras intertwining around their bodies. 5 of them were old men, while the other one was shrouded in a thick and blazing gray demonic light. It was obvious that it was an extremely powerful, ferocious beast. However, because the demonic light intertwining around its body was too strong, it was difficult to see what was inside the demonic light. Get lost! A furious roar came from the demonic light, shattering the vast void. The demonic power was terrifying. The demonic light was blazing. It was impossible to see what was inside the demonic light. All that could be seen was a pair of cold eyes filled with killing intent. You want to stop all of us? Is that possible? Get out of the way. If you don't retreat, you'll die. The 5 elders' voices were cold. Their attacks were swift and fierce. Shocking divine light intertwined around their bodies. The entire space was shrouded in murderous divine might. The 5 old men were all at the early stage of the true immortal realm, and all of their attacks were directed at the powerful beast shrouded in blazing demonic light. Roar! The beast roared. Its demonic power filled the sky. It fought against the 5 elders on its own, unleashing extremely powerful true immortal light beams. Behind it was a strange piece of land. The soil was of 3 different colors. It was about 70 to 80 feet in radius. It was filled with all kinds of heavenly treasures. All of them had astonishing spiritual power. It was as if they were all made of spiritual power. At the very center of these heavenly treasures, at the very center of this land, there was a stalk of orchid. It was pure white, and it was still in its bud state. It was gently trembling, and it was clearly slowly blooming. A strange fragrance filled the air. Its whiteness was purer than snow, and its fragrance suppressed all other strange smells. At this moment, it was the center of this land. That's it. That's right, the thousand illusion divine orchid. Lin Tian was moved. After arriving at this area, he, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu were temporarily at an extremely distant location. At this time, when they saw this pure white orchid, they immediately confirmed that this white orchid was indeed the thousand illusion god orchid. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Moreover, that astonishing strange fragrance could not be faked. Just by smelling this fragrance from afar, he had a feeling that his cultivation was about to rise and break through again. Absolutely. There won't be any mistakes. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up as it stared at the pure white orchid, almost drooling. Even little Taichu's eyes were flickering. Brat, do you really have a way to fight against a true immortal now? If you do, just rush over and snatch it. Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. As it spoke, its gaze was still fixed on the divine orchid, as if it wanted to swallow it whole. Although it's a little difficult, it's still possible. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the divine orchid in front of him. However, there's no rush for now. Let's wait for them to fight and exhaust their strength first before we make a move. Moreover, that thousand illusion god orchid hasn't fully matured yet, so it can't move. Now is not the best time to make a move. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly understood. Yes, that makes sense. It looked ahead. Let's wait for them to exhaust their strength first. Then, before the thousand illusion god orchid fully matures, we'll make a move. Once it matures, we'll immediately snatch it and leave. Lin Tian nodded and stared at the land in front of him where the thousand illusion god orchid grew. At the same time, many other cultivators came to this place. They were all looking at the land and the thousand illusion god orchid in the center of the land. Their eyes were shining. However, the cultivators quickly turned their attention to the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground. They knew that with several true immortals around, the thousand illusions sacred orchid would definitely not belong to ordinary people. Thus, they turned their attention to the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground. Although these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were far inferior to the thousand illusions sacred orchid, they were still extremely valuable. However, at this time, no cultivator dared to move to collect the heavenly treasures. After all, 6 true immortals were fighting in that area, and there was an astonishing amount of destructive divine energy intertwining in that space. At this time, no ordinary person dared to rush over to collect the heavenly treasures. The slightest bit of carelessness would lead to a tragic end. Boom! Divine light rolled, true immortal chi rolled, and the space shook continuously. Up ahead, the 5 true immortal level human elders were attacking the powerful ferocious beast while staring at the white orchid. Their eyes were intertwined with bright light, and the desire and greed in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Scram! The ferocious beast's body was covered in an extremely powerful demonic light, protecting the thousand illusion god orchid behind it. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. The surging demonic power suppressed all directions and attacked the 5 old men. Is that the thousand illusion god orchid's guardian beast? In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile looked at the powerful, ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic light. Its eyes trembled slightly. Lin Tian looked and said, "Seems like it. What kind of ferocious beast is that? What is its true form? Kid, can you see it?" Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. It was now at the middle stage of the eternal realm, and its cultivation was very strong. Its divine sense was also very amazing, but at this time it could not see through the blazing demonic light shrouding the ferocious beast's body. It could not see what the ferocious beast was behind the demonic light. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the powerful, ferocious beast. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can't see through it." Next to him, little Taichu called out in a childish voice, as if to express that it could not see clearly. That demonic light is intertwined with the pure, immortal Tao law. People below the true immortal realm should not be able to see through that demonic light. Lin Tian said. Wuxing Crocodile nodded and said that should be the case. With that, it looked at the other 5 human old men, and then narrowed its eyes slightly. Among these 5 people, the purple-robed old man, the blue-robed old man, and the golden-robed old man seem to be true immortals of the Manwei dynasty. They have a similar aura to the previous 9 Manwei dynasty elders. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. He had already seen through it. Among the 5 true immortal old men, 3 of them were from the Manwei dynasty. They were wearing purple robes, blue robes, and golden robes respectively, and their blood qi was very strong. As for the other 2, one had brown hair, and the other wore black armor. They seemed to be 2 true immortals who were rogue cultivators. The 5 elements crocodile looked ahead and said, "It seems that the ferocious beast's strength is slightly stronger. It is stronger than the other 5, but not by much. It is also at the early stage of the true immortal realm." Lin Tiandao. Boom! In front of them, divine power surged. The true immortal aura and the immortal Tao law were vast and mighty. The void was crushed again and again. The ferocious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light was indeed very powerful, more powerful than the other 5 old men. However, at this time, it was not fighting 1-on-1, but 1 against 5. Therefore, under the joint attack of the 5 old men, it was very embarrassed for a moment. It was beaten back by the 5 old men again and again, and a little bit of blood spilled out. However, its eyes were very fierce and full of killing intent. It did not retreat at all, and did not let anyone get close to the divine orchid. You want to swallow this divine orchid alone? Is that possible? You can't stop the 5 of us. In the end, only one of you will die. The 5 old men's expressions were cold, and they did not show any mercy in their attacks. They attacked the ferocious beast fiercely. "Get lost!" The ferocious beast roared, and its eyes were full of killing intent. Rays of terrifying demonic light kept shooting out. Humph! The 5 old men snorted and attacked even more fiercely. For a moment, the 5 people and the ferocious beast fought together. The surging divine power and demonic light was terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Pum! The ferocious beast was struck flying. Large amounts of blood fell, and its aura weakened quite a bit, facing 5 true immortal realm experts alone. Even though it was powerful, it really wasn't their opponent, and it suffered serious injuries. However, it still did not retreat, guarding the 1,000 illusion divine orchid behind it, not allowing the 5 people to get close to the divine orchid. It released an angry roar. Demonic light surged, true immortal aura and immortal Tao, law roiling, simultaneously attacking the 5 old men. The 5 old men's eyes were cold, and they all snorted coldly. Killing intent that filled the sky descended. The 5 people and the ferocious beast fought fiercely. Divine radiance and demonic light surged, and from time to time, blood would splash out. That ferocious beast was continuously injured. In the blink of an eye, an entire hour passed. With another pung sound, that ferocious beast was blasted flying, and it rolled at the edge of the divine orchid. Its body was still surrounded by demonic radiance that was difficult to see through, but its aura had weakened too much. Whoa! Dazzling divine light interweaved. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid released the most shocking radiance. The flower buds trembled and then completely bloomed. Pure white petals, holy and noble. A shocking strange fragrance, spread in all directions. In an instant, it became the most dazzling existence in this place. "The divine orchid has matured," someone exclaimed. On that piece of land, the 5 old men's eyes were filled with excitement. They all activated their strongest aura and pounced toward the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid had truly matured. They had to get it immediately. During this process, the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty formed a group, and the 2 itinerant true immortals formed their own camps. At this time, the 3 parties began to be wary of each other. Previously, to get the 1,000 illusion divine orchid, they had to deal with that powerful, ferocious beast first. Therefore, the 3 parties attacked the ferocious beast at the same time. However, now that the divine orchid had matured, they had become true competitors. Naturally, they had to be wary of each other. At the same time, far away, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu stared at the divine orchid with bright eyes. "Kid, it's time. If you have any special techniques, use them quickly and rush over to get it." Chapter 1494. The 1,000 illusion orchid had matured and its fragrance filled the air. Everyone was excited, even though many of the cultivators had no intention of snatching it. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The value of the 1,000 illusion orchid was truly shocking. Anyone below the golden immortal realm would be able to raise their cultivation by at least 1 realm after refining it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was ear-piercing. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals madly rushed toward the divine orchid. In that place, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid had finished blooming. Strands of light interweaved, resplendent and gentle. The surroundings were filled with strange phenomena. There were immortal plants, strange flowers, divine herbs, and even ancient trees that had never been seen or heard of before. They were completely formed from the interweaving of gentle light produced by the divine orchid, directly drawing out an absolutely beautiful scenery in this place. Poetic, picturesque, so beautiful. A female cultivator could not help but murmur. She was attracted by the blooming divine orchid, and her eyes were filled with splendor. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals were even more excited. At this time, they all sped up, rushing toward the 1,000 illusion orchid like lightning. Lin Tian stepped forward. At this time, he also moved. His eyes were intertwined with bright light as he strode toward the 1,000 illusion orchid. Roar! A roar mixed with joy, excitement, and anger rang out from the divine orchid. The ferocious beast that was shrouded in blazing demonic light roared. It had been severely injured under the joint attack of the 5 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty, but at this time a vast and terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out from its body. It was even more terrifying than before. It was like a murderous demon from hell. The terrifying demonic aura directly shattered the space around it. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He immediately stopped and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he had taken out the Transcendence divine pill that could increase his battle strength by 10 times. He did not take it for the time being, burning its life force. He was shocked. At this time, the ferocious beast's aura suddenly became too terrifying. Its life force became chaotic. Clearly, he was burning his life essence to forcibly increase his combat strength. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 true immortals who were unaffiliated also paled. They naturally sensed the terrifying aura of this savage beast and saw that it was burning its life essence to forcibly increase its strength. It was much stronger than when it was at its peak, and their hearts trembled. However, at this time, they were already in front of Shenlong. None of them were willing to retreat. Each of them supported a powerful divine art and secret technique as they pressed toward Shenlong. Scram! The ferocious beast roared, and the demonic light around its body blazed brightly. After burning its source energy, its combat power was extremely tyrannical. Together with its powerful sound attack divine ability, strands of killing power blasted towards the approaching 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals. Immediately, the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals were sent flying, coughing up blood. After burning their source energy, the vicious beast's battle prowess would be terrifyingly powerful for a short period of time. A single strike sent 5 true immortals flying. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian was also shocked. At this time, the vicious beast was indeed a little terrifying. He didn't make a move for now. Wang. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid was born on the 3-colored spiritual soil. At this time it had completely bloomed. As time passed, more and more strange phenomena appeared around it. All kinds of strange flowers and divine trees were formed by the light, forming a beautiful picture. The vicious beast was shrouded in blazing demonic light. Only its demonic eyes could be seen. At this time it was looking at the 1,000 illusion divine orchid with joy and excitement in its eyes. It looked at this divine orchid as if it was looking at its everything. This kind of gaze caused Lin Tian to be moved. He actually did not see any trace of greed or desire in this pair of demonic eyes. Suddenly, a very strange feeling rose up in his heart. This vicious beast did not seem to want to take the divine orchid for itself. Roar! The deafening roar resounded in all directions. At this time, the vicious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light didn't attack the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals who had been sent flying by it. It carefully used its demonic light to dig out the 1,000 illusion divine orchid along with a portion of the 3-colored spiritual soil at its roots. Then it directly soared into the air and rushed into the distance. Its speed was very shocking. In a flash, it had traveled tens of thousands of feet. It took the 1,000 illusion divine orchid and left. The 1,000 illusion divine orchid has already matured. Why didn't it leave with it at this time? Why did it continue to stay here and wait for others to take it? This is indeed. A cultivator's voice sounded. After it. With a roar, the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty soared into the air and rushed toward the vicious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, they were already far away. At the same time, 2 other true immortals broke through the air. The 2 rogue true immortals also gave chase. Kid, go after it. The whooshing crocodile called out to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao retreated to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. Then he wrapped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu in golden divine light and soared into the air to chase after the vicious beast. In order to keep up with the speed of the true immortals, he directly took a divine elixir of ascension. Immediately, his strength in all aspects suddenly increased by 10 times. His speed suddenly increased by 10 times. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed through the air and caused the void to collapse. The nearby cultivators were all shocked. Who is that? No one below the true immortal realm can move so fast. Other than the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals. There are other true immortals here? Have they been watching in the dark? Waiting for an opportunity to strike? This, I can't see clearly. That golden divine light is too dazzling. Many cultivators were shocked. However, in the next moment, the shock in their eyes disappeared. Their gazes fell on the land where the 1,000 illusion orchid grew. At this time, the 1,000 illusion orchid was taken away by the vicious beast. The other true immortals all chased after it. Now, they could go and pick the other treasures growing on the special spiritual land. In the blink of an eye, whooshing sounds could be heard as all of the cultivators began to move toward the spirit land. At this time, Lin Tiandao was already far away from the rolling mountain range. After taking the divine elixir of ascension, his speed was very fast. He took the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and followed the Manwë dynasty's true immortals. At this time, after taking the divine elixir of ascension, his speed was very fast. Although he was still not as fast as the true immortals, the gap was not very big. He could catch up with the true immortals in front of him and not be completely shaken off. Moreover, while chasing, he deliberately suppressed the whooshing crocodiles and the little Taichu's aura so that the Manwë dynasty's true immortals in front of him would not notice. Boom! 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 In front of them, divine energy rolled, and the true immortal's aura and the immortal Tao surged. The 3 Manwë dynasty's true immortals and the 2 rogue true immortals caught up with the vicious beast. At this time, they all attacked the vicious beast with all kinds of killing lights. At this time, the mature Thousand Illusion Orchid in the vicious beast's hands was naturally the target of their attacks. The vicious beast's body was intertwined with thick and scorching demonic light. It burned its own life essence and released a vast and mighty aura to meet the killing lights of the 5 true immortals. At the same time, its speed was still very fast, and it rushed in a fixed direction. Burning its life essence, the vicious beast's aura at this time was very shocking. However, as time passed, and as it faced the 5 true immortals together, it was still at a disadvantage and was constantly injured. Droplets of blood splattered across the void. Roar! It roared and no longer counterattacked. Its speed skyrocketed, as if it had concentrated all its strength into speed, and it rushed in a fixed direction like a flash of lightning. Moreover, the Thousand Illusion Orchid was firmly protected in front of it by its majestic demonic power. As it moved, as it brought the Thousand Illusion Orchid with it, the surrounding strange phenomena moved with it. Ancient trees, immortal grass, and divine flowers intertwined and circled around the divine orchid. It was a magnificent sight. You want to take away the Thousand Illusion Orchid alone. Dream on! Shouted a true immortal from the Manwë dynasty. He and the other 4 true immortals attacked together, using all kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, more killing lights fell on the vicious beast in front of them. Blood splattered all over the void. However, the vicious beast did not stop. It used its demonic power after burning its life essence to protect the Thousand Illusion Orchid, and its speed increased again. Behind it, the whooshing crocodile was wrapped in a divine light by Lin Tian. Looking at this scene, he was shocked and puzzled. Although Lord Crocodile wants that divine orchid and doesn't want it to fall into the hands of others, but at this time the divine orchid has matured and is already in its hands. Why didn't it swallow it directly? Even if someone disturbed it at this time and it couldn't perfectly refine the divine orchid after swallowing it, it would be enough to raise its cultivation by at least 2 small levels. The moment it swallowed it, its combat strength would skyrocket, and it could easily kill the 3 true immortals from the Manwë dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals. But now it's only protecting the Thousand Illusion Orchid while passively enduring the attacks of those true immortals. Why did it do this? Did it want to completely get rid of those people and then perfectly refine the Thousand Illusion Orchid to step into the golden immortal level? The whooshing crocodile was very puzzled. Lin Tian did not understand either. After which, he recalled the ferocious beast's eyes from before. There was not a single trace of greed or desire for the Thousand Illusion divine orchid. Could it be that the other party really did not want to take the Thousand Illusion divine orchid for itself? But if it didn't want to take it for itself, why did it risk its life for it? Yeah, little Tai Chu's childish voice rang out beside him. He suddenly tugged on his hair and extended a small paw, pointing in the direction that the ferocious beast shrouded in blazing demonic light was charging towards. Lin Tian looked in the direction little Taichu pointed. After a pause, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 1495. Lin Tian's expression changed. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura was actually rushing towards the witch village. The whooshing crocodile saw Lin Tian's expression and followed Lin Tian's gaze towards the direction of the ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura. Suddenly, its expression changed as it also recognized the direction of the witch village. Could it be that it's rushing towards that small village? Or is it fleeing in the same direction as the village? It was bewildered. Lin Tian frowned and said uncertainly, "Follow and watch." He concealed the whooshing crocodiles and the little Taichu's aura and chased after the Manwei dynasty's true immortals. Boom! 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 In front of them, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals attacked fiercely. All kinds of divine and immortal aura blasted out at the same time, shattering the void and landing on the ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura. Blood spilled out one after another. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura was constantly weakening, but it kept rushing forward. Part of its strength was transformed into speed as it rushed forward. Part of its strength was used to protect the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, worried that it would be damaged. Only a very small part of its strength was used to defend against the attacks of the 5 true immortals. Don't even think about leaving with the sacred orchid. Hand it over. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. The voices of the true immortals of the Manwei dynasty were bone-chilling. The ferocious beast shrouded in a blazing demonic aura just kept rushing forward, enduring the attacks of the 5 true immortals. It protected the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid very well, but its injuries were getting worse and worse, and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Cracking sounds were constantly heard as the blazing demonic aura around its body shattered, gradually revealing its body. It was originally snow-white with soft and shiny fur, but now it was stained with blood. Many parts of its body were badly mutilated. It was a wolf, a white wolf. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were at the back of the pack. When they saw the true form of the vicious beast, they were all shocked. Wolf. Snow wolf. Lin Tianwei paled slightly. At the same time, whooshing crocodile and little Taichu were also shocked. Not long ago, they followed a special zither sound and found the witch village. There used to be a very respectable witch living there. They heard from an old man in the village that the witch was gentle and kind. She had done countless favors for the village. Back then, she had saved a baby snow wolf. After the witch died, her tombstone was erected by the baby snow wolf. It's the snow wolf that the witch helped back then. The snow wolf who built tombs for the witches. Whooshing crocodile couldn't remain calm. Lin Tian was the same. This snow wolf had been charging in the direction of the village. Could it be that it wasn't running in the same direction, but had been charging in that direction all along? Could it be the snow wolf that the witch saved? Don't even think about leaving. Cold voices reverberated. The 5 perfected immortals from the Manwei dynasty attacked mercilessly. Beams of killing light shot out continuously. These beams of killing light contain the laws of the immortal Tao and were extremely sharp. Almost all of them landed on the snow wolf in front of them. More blood splashed out from the snow wolf's body. Its aura was at its weakest. Its body was stained with blood. Bones could be seen in many places, and its internal organs could be faintly seen. However, the snow wolf didn't stop at all. It kept charging forward, using its powerful demonic power to protect the illusion orchid beside it. At this time, a small village appeared in front of them. On one side of the village, there was a locust tree forest with green leaves. Roar! The snow wolf roared. Its voice was already very weak, but it was mixed with an indescribable emotion. There was excitement and sadness. With a whoosh, its speed suddenly increased by a lot. It broke through a large area of the void and rushed into the locust tree forest in an instant. Behind them, Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu were finally completely moved. They had powerful cultivation bases and naturally had amazing eyesight. At this time, they saw that the snow wolf had rushed to the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest. It's him. That's Snow Wolf. It's really him. Whooshing crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian and little Taichu's eyes were also shining. At this moment, there was no doubt that this snow wolf was the snow wolf that the witch had saved back then. It was the snow wolf that had erected the monument for the witch's tomb. Otherwise, why would it rush to the witch's tomb? In front, the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals naturally saw the snow wolf rush to the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest. Their eyes were cold, and divine energy surged around their bodies. Immortal Tao laws intertwined as they all rushed toward the locust tree forest. At this time, the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty formed a group, and the 2 independent true immortals formed their own camp. The 3 sides once again began to guard against each other. This was because they discovered that the snow wolf had stopped moving in the locust tree forest. It didn't seem like it would run away again. Moreover, its aura had weakened to the lowest point and was no longer a threat to any of them. Now, the 3 sides wanted to seize the illusion orchid, so only the 3 of them could threaten each other. Therefore, they naturally began to guard against each other. They were extremely fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were not far from the locust tree forest in the blink of an eye. Their gazes were all fixed on the illusion orchid. Clang! At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang through the sky. Behind them, Lin Tian decisively made his move. He slashed out one of the great divine powers of the Heaven's Sword Manual with 10-fold combat strength. 5 rays of sword light were so powerful that it seemed as if it could shatter the stars. At this moment, he didn't attack to seize the illusion orchid. In fact, before he knew about the true form of the snow wolf, he had already given up on the idea of seizing the illusion orchid when he saw that the snow wolf had risked his life to protect the illusion orchid. However, there was no greed or desire for the illusion orchid in his eyes. He was just very puzzled by the snow wolf's actions. Now that he saw the true form of the snow wolf, he guessed that it was the snow wolf that the witch had saved. He was the snow wolf that built the tomb for the witch who had passed away. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to fight for the illusion orchid. After all, he, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu had all benefited greatly from the music of the witch. Moreover, that witch was very worthy of respect. Now, the snow wolf that the witch had saved, the snow wolf that built the tomb for the witch, had brought the illusion orchid to the witch's tomb. How could he still have any thoughts of seizing it? At this moment, his purpose was very simple. He only wanted to prevent the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals from seizing the illusion orchid. He could guess that there must be a special reason why the snow wolf had brought the illusion orchid all the way to the witch's tomb. The sound of the sword clanging was extremely fast. In an instant, it fell in front of the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals. The sharp sword force shattered a large area of space, causing the expressions of the 5 true immortals, who were focused on 1,000 illusion orchid, to change. They had never thought that someone would send 5 streaks of light at them from behind. Moreover, every single streak of light was extremely powerful and extremely fast. They had no time to dodge or block at all, so they were struck in the blink of an eye. Who is it? The 5 true immortals were sent flying at the same time. In the process, one of them let out a roar and rolled for thousands of feet. Someone had hidden behind them and attacked them at the same time. Lin Tian saw the 5 true immortals being sent flying, but he did not care. He led the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu into the center of the locust tree forest with one step. In the locust tree forest, each locust tree was neither tall nor thick. The leaves were green and the flowers were white. The snow wolf was covered in blood. In many places his bones could be seen. However, he was protecting the illusion orchid with his demon power. At this moment, he was lying in front of the witch's tomb. Blood was dripping from his body and mouth. He did not have the strength to stand up. The demon power protecting the illusion orchid dispersed. With the last of his demon power, he placed the orchid in front of the tombstone. The flower has bloomed. I brought it, he said weakly. There was not much life in his demon eyes. Instead, they were filled with satisfaction and sadness. These two complicated emotions intertwined. The illusion orchid was no longer protected by demon power. For a moment, the sky was filled with strange phenomena. There were even more strange phenomena than before. Immortal plants, divine herbs, ancient trees, and divine flowers intertwined with each other. They were all condensed from divine light and formed a picturesque scene. They surrounded the witch's tomb in the center of the locust tree forest, and then completely covered the entire locust tree forest. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu into the locust tree forest. Seeing the snow wolf's heavily injured and dying appearance, and hearing the snow wolf's weak voice, seeing the illusion orchid placed in front of the witch's tomb by the snow wolf, and seeing the strange phenomena in the sky, their eyes flashed. Before this, they had already guessed that this was the snow wolf that the witch had saved. It was the snow wolf that built the witch's tomb. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but be moved. Lin Tian walked toward the snow wolf. The snow wolf was covered in blood. Naturally, it could sense that Lin Tian was approaching. It thought that Lin Tian was here to snatch the illusion orchid. It wanted to get up and protect the illusion orchid in front of the witch's tomb. However, it was powerless. Its injuries were too serious. At this moment, it could not even move. Its life force was at its lowest point and was fading away quickly. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu to the snow wolf. When the snow wolf saw Lin Tian and the others approaching, its eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Facing this gaze, Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. In the other party's demonic eyes, which had lost much of its luster, he suddenly saw a blurry image. In a continuous mountain range, on a tricolored spiritual soil, a woman sat in front of a seedling in the center of the tricolored spiritual soil. There was a small snow wolf at her feet. The snow wolf had lost a large amount of hair. It seemed that it had been seriously injured before. The injury had been healed, but the hair that had fallen off would not grow back in a short period of time. The illusion orchid blooms at least 100,000 years ago. When it blooms, it is very beautiful and beautiful. The woman looked at the seedling in the center. Her eyes were gentle, and there was a trace of regret. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the scenery when it blooms. The image of the snow wolf covered in blood disappeared in a flash in the demonic eyes. It seemed to be born from some kind of strong obsession. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but twitch when he saw this. You! He looked at the snow wolf covered in blood. For a moment he was speechless. He was deeply touched by something. The woman in the image was the witch who had saved the snow wolf. She had found the seedling of the illusion orchid countless years ago and sighed with emotion. Chapter 1496. He had guarded the 1,000 illusion divine orchid for tens of thousands of years. He had grown from a young snow wolf to a true immortal, not for himself, but because the witch who had saved him had said, "I want to see the scenery when the 1,000 illusion divine orchid bloomed." For this he had guarded the 1,000 illusion divine orchid for tens of thousands of years, waiting for it to mature and bloom. For this, even if he had to burn his life source and give up his life, he had to bring the mature 1,000 illusion divine orchid to the witch's tomb. Lin Tian felt as if something had slammed into his chest. For the sake of a single sigh, he had silently persevered for tens of thousands of years. Even though he had brought the 1,000 illusion divine orchid here, in reality, the witch had already passed away and was unable to see it. This snow wolf had still done so. He had burned his own essence and risked his own life to do so. He looked at the blood-soaked snow wolf. How heavy were his emotions? How precious were they? On the side, whooshing crocodile and little Tai Chu were very close. They had also seen the scene of the witch sighing in front of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid from the snow wolf's eyes. At this time, like Lin Tianyi, their eyes couldn't help but flicker fiercely. You, whooshing crocodile, looked at the snow wolf. Like Lin Tianyi, it was momentarily speechless. Like Lin Tianyi, it and little Taichu were deeply moved by what the snow wolf had done. Buzz, radiance intertwined, and 1,000 illusion, divine, orchid trembled. The sky was full of strange phenomena, all kinds of strange divine herbs, immortal trees, and strange flowers intertwined. More and more appeared. The witch's tomb was surrounded by countless plants and strange flowers. Even the scolatry forest was covered by all kinds of brilliance. Lin Tian looked at the scene. As a man, he didn't have the ability to appreciate flowers and plants. He wouldn't think that a sea of flowers was very beautiful. But at this moment, looking at the blood-soaked snow wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb and feeling his emotions, even though he didn't know how to appreciate things, he couldn't help but feel that this scene in front of him was the most beautiful scenery in the world. What other scenery could be compared to this? He paused, then walked forward. He really came to the front of the snow wolf. He squatted down, reached out his left hand, and placed it on the blood-soaked snow wolf's body. He activated the sun's nirvana art, multiplied the power of his 10 times of battle power. Snow wolf, snow wolf wolf, snow wolf. But in the next moment, his extended left hand trembled slightly. He found that the snow wolf's current state was very bad. More than half of his life force had been burned, and it was completely dim. Even if he used the sun's nirvana art with 10 times of battle power, it was impossible to heal the snow wolf's injuries. Even if a golden immortal expert acted, he still wouldn't be able to heal the snow wolf. He looked at the blood-soaked snow wolf, then shifted his gaze to the witch's tomb in front of him. He looked at the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He paused, then said, "After guarding it for so many years, I've brought it here. The witch has seen the scene of the flower blooming. Now refine it, otherwise you will die." The snow wolf had burned his life force and charged all the way here under the cruel attacks of 5 true immortal experts. At this time his injuries were too severe. His life force was dim, and his life force was fading away. Ordinary methods couldn't save the snow wolf's life. Only the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of him could heal the snow wolf. The snow wolf's life force was weakening. Seeing Lin Tian's actions and hearing Lin Tian's words, his eyes flashed. Originally, he thought that Lin Tian was going to snatch the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. When he saw Lin Tian coming over, he was secretly filled with anger and unwillingness. But he didn't expect that Lin Tian would help him heal his injuries at this time, and let him refine the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid to heal his injuries. And most importantly, from Lin Tian's words, he could tell that Lin Tian seemed to know something about the witches. For a moment, the anger and unwillingness in his eyes towards Lin Tian disappeared. Blood dripped from his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. His life force was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Refine it, otherwise you will really die. After the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid matures, if it isn't refined within 2 hours, it will wither and turn into ashes. Lin Tian looked at the snow wolf and said, "You've brought the scene of the blooming flowers here. The most beautiful sea of flowers surrounding her resting place is really enough." As he spoke, he reached out to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid and help Snow Wolf refine it. Because at this time, Snow Wolf didn't even have the ability to refine the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. He couldn't move at all. However, the Snow Wolf, who was originally unable to move, seemed to have regained consciousness at this time. It was unknown where the strength came from, but it suddenly stretched out its wolf claws and pressed down the hand that was reaching for the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. Then his eyes fell on the witch's tombstone in front of him. In his dim, demonic eyes, there was no fear of death, nor any reluctance to leave this world. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. At this time, in the eyes of the Snow Wolf, there was only a beautiful scene that wanted the 1,000 illusion divine orchid to produce a sea of flowers. He could understand this kind of light that had been presented in front of the witch's tomb for a long time. There's no need to do this. That witch definitely doesn't want you to die like this." He tried to persuade him. However, the light in Snow Wolf's eyes didn't change at all. He still looked at the witch's tomb in front of him without blinking. There was no fear of impending death in his eyes, only satisfaction and sadness. He was satisfied because he brought the blooming, thousand illusion sacred orchid to the witch's tomb. He was sad because the witch who saved him had passed away. Lin Tian looked at him. His chest felt a little stuffy. He was deeply touched again. The look in Snow Wolf's eyes was as if his life was complete because he brought the thousand illusion sacred orchid here. He wanted to forcefully help Snow Wolf refine the thousand illusion sacred orchid. But seeing the way Snow Wolf was looking at the witch's tomb and the wolf claws pressing down on his hand that was about to take the thousand illusion sacred orchid, he couldn't do anything. Snow Wolf had guarded the thousand illusion sacred orchid for hundreds of thousands of years. He grew up from a young age to the true immortal realm just to wait for the thousand illusion sacred orchid to bloom. Then he would present the scene of the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch who saved him. This kind of mood and desire had accompanied him for hundreds of thousands of years. So, how could he interfere with him now? Boom! Suddenly, powerful divine energy surged. A violent aura rushed in from outside the pagoda tree forest, turning into a storm that swept over everything. Lin Tian immediately sensed the power of this storm. He raised his hand and activated the seal of the four symbols. 6 layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in a row, protecting himself, the severely injured Snow Wolf, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the witch's tomb in front of them. He completely blocked the storm from outside the pagoda tree forest. However, the pagoda trees around them were all shattered. The quiet pagoda tree forest was reduced to a pile of rubble. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals who had been sent flying by Lin Tian all rushed back. One of them destroyed the pagoda tree forest. The 5 of them walked towards the center of the pagoda tree forest. Then the 5 of them saw the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. Their eyes flashed. At the same time, the 5 of them saw the severely injured Snow Wolf, Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu. "It's you!" The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty stared at Lin Tian. A cold light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't hide their killing intent at all. Not long ago, the person who killed Yan Zongwang of the Manwei dynasty and took away all the starstones was here. You were the one who attacked us just now. One of them stared at Lin Tian, his voice cold. At this moment, not only did the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty stare at Lin Tian with cold eyes, but the other 2 independent true immortals also stared at him with cold eyes. At this moment, they all sensed that the aura around Lin Tian's body was exactly the same as the aura of the sword light that had struck them before. But soon, the 5 of them once again looked at the thousand illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. At this time, the orchid was the most important thing. "Who are you people?" Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. The destruction of the pagoda tree forest caused quite a commotion. The villagers in the nearby village were naturally alarmed. At this time, many villagers rushed out of the village. They were furious when they saw the destruction of the locust tree forest. The most important person in the history of their village was buried in the locust tree forest. It was the most important place in their village, but now it had been destroyed. All the locust trees had been destroyed. At the same time, the strange phenomenon created by the thousand illusion sacred orchid fell into the eyes of the villagers. Everyone was shocked by this scene. After all, these villagers were ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a strange phenomenon in the sky? However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the villagers' gazes fell on the pagoda tree forest again, and they were furious. Obviously, compared to the strange phenomenon created by the thousand illusion sacred orchid, these ordinary villagers were more concerned about the pagoda tree forest because it was the resting place of the witch. Among these people was the old man who had explained some things about the witch to Lin Tian. He recognized Lin Tian when he saw him. Moreover, because Lin Tian had entered the village before, some of the villagers had seen him before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Tian at this time. Instantly, many people's eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Young man, what's going on? What's going on? Who did this? Who destroyed this place?" Chapter 1497. The old man leaned on his walking stick, looking very angry. He asked Lin Tian what had happened. This Huai tree forest, which was very important to their village, was actually destroyed to such an extent. He looked at the collapsed Huai tree forest and the ruined land around him. He was so angry that he repeatedly pounded the ground with his walking stick. It was hard to imagine how the person who did this could destroy this place to such an extent. It was as if they had encountered a huge natural disaster. Then, in the next moment, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Suddenly, he saw the blood-stained snow wolf beside Lin Tian. For a moment, his expression changed. Looking at the blood-stained snow wolf, his face was full of shock. At the same time, in this place, the other angry villagers who had walked out of the village also saw the snow wolf beside Lin Tian. Every one of them was moved. Snow wolf? It is. Why does it look so similar to the snow wolf that was passed down in the village? Looking at the blood-stained snow wolf, many of the villagers turned pale. This village had received countless kindness and grace from the witch, and the entire village had undergone great changes. That year, after the witch passed away, the snow wolf that was built and erected a tombstone for the witch had been painted by an old artist in the village. The portrait had been preserved and passed down until now. Everyone in the village had seen that portrait. After so many years, the portrait was not as clear as before, but they could still see that the snow wolf in the portrait was exactly the same as the snow wolf beside Lin Tian. It's really it. But how is that possible? That was so many years ago. How could it be alive now? All the villagers were shocked. What happened to it? How did it get hurt so badly? Were you bitten by other beasts? Someone looked at the snow wolf, his voice trembling slightly. The snow wolf's injuries were too severe. His entire body was covered in blood, and in many places, even his bones and internal organs could be seen. To these ordinary villagers, such injuries were truly horrifying. At the same time, when they saw that this snow wolf was exactly the same as the snow wolf that had erected the witch's tomb and monument, they felt a sense of familiarity, even though they were not sure if this was really the same snow wolf that had erected the witch's tomb and monument. Now, seeing that the snow wolf was so severely injured and on the verge of death, they could not help but feel a little distressed. Snow Wolf was severely injured, and his life force was constantly weakening. He didn't move at all, only staring at the witch's tomb without blinking. That place seemed to be all there was to it. Lin Tian looked at the snow wolf, not knowing what to say. He knew that this snow wolf had been saved by the witch and had always remembered the witch's kindness. He wanted to repay the witch's kindness. When the witch passed away, he tearfully built her tomb and erected a monument for her. The witch had lamented that she wanted to see the scenery when the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid bloomed. He had been guarding the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid's sapling, waiting for it to bloom. Then he had risked his life to bring it here. Even now he was severely injured and on the verge of death. The 1,000 illusion sacred orchid could heal him, but for the sake of gratitude, he would rather die so that the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid would last longer in front of the witch's tomb. He had rejected his kindness to help him refine the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. What else could he say? He could only be deeply moved by the snow wolf's actions. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Outside the Huai tree forest, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the two independent true immortals began to approach. The 5 true immortals' gazes fell on the 1,000 sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. Their pace was not fast. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty formed a camp, while the 2 independent true immortals formed another camp. There were 3 camps in total. As they approached the 1,000 sacred orchid, they were vigilant against each other. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw the 5 approaching. Naturally, he knew what they wanted to do. They all wanted to seize the 1,000 sacred orchid. Old man, take the other villagers back to the village. He looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals and said to the old man with the crutch, "I'll explain the destruction of this place later." He took one last look at the severely injured snow wolf and stopped using the nirvana of the sun. He stood up and looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 independent true immortals who were approaching from outside the Huai tree forest. These 5 people wanted to seize the 1,000 sacred orchid at this time. He would not let them succeed. "You want to fight?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. He naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. He wanted to stop the 5 true immortals from seizing the 1,000 sacred orchid. Lin Tian nodded. "You and the little guy stay here and protect this place. Protect the severely injured guy, the 1,000 sacred orchid, the witch's tomb, and the villagers here." That year, the witch silently dedicated the rest of her life to the village. She gave everything to the village just to repay the kindness of the old woman in the village. This snow wolf had guarded the 1,000 sacred orchid for tens of thousands of years. He risked his life to bring the 1,000 sacred orchid to the witch's tomb. He would rather die than refine the 1,000 sacred orchid to heal himself. He wanted the scenery of the 1,000 sacred orchid to last longer in front of the witch's tomb. It was all for the sake of the witch who saved him, no matter if it was the former or the latter. They all valued the word kindness very much, and no matter if it was the former or the latter, what they did for the word kindness moved him, especially this snow wolf. What the other party did for the witch even made him feel a little suffocated in his chest. At this moment, whether it was for the witch's desire to see the scenery of the 1,000 sacred orchid blooming, or for the snow wolf's wish of willing to die so that the scenery of the 1,000 sacred orchid blooming can last longer in front of the witch's tomb, he had to fight. He would not let anyone touch the 1,000 sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb at this time. Moreover, not long ago, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were all in this place because of the sound left behind by the witch when she played the zither. It could be said that the witch had given them a favor across the river of time. Even if it was only for this favor across time, he had a reason to protect everything related to the witch. "Don't worry. Lord Crocodile and the little guy will definitely protect this place well," Wuxing Crocodile said solemnly. At this time, Lin Tian wanted to stop 5 true immortals at the same time with his own strength. It did not ask Lin Tian if he could stop them because Lin Tian had already said before that with the help of the ultimate elixir and some other methods, he could now fight with a true immortal powerhouse. And it was even more clear that even if Lin Tian did not have the ability to fight with a true immortal powerhouse now, he would still make a move at this time because he knew Lin Tian very well. He knew very well that Lin Tian was a person of passion. After knowing the relationship between the witch, the village, and this snow wolf, and knowing what the snow wolf had done for the witch, it was impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. "Yeah, don't worry." Little Taichu made a sound with a serious expression, expressing the same meaning as Wuxing Crocodile. Such a scene made the old man with the crutch change his expression immediately. They are talking. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile in shock. Before this, he had seen Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu following Lin Tian and thought that Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were Lin Tian's pets. He did not expect that at this time these two pets in his eyes would open their mouths and speak human language. At the same time, the other villagers were also shocked. Obviously, they were also shocked by the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu speaking human language. For these ordinary villagers, this was really too inconceivable for animals to speak. Lin Tian saw the shock in the eyes of these villagers, but did not say anything. Instead, he walked toward the 5 true immortals. "You want to stop us from taking the divine orchid?" Seeing Lin Tian's action, the 5 people knew that Lin Tian did not want to take the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid for himself. Lin Tian was guarding Snow Wolf just now. If he wanted to take the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid, he would have already taken it and left. They could see that Lin Tian seemed to have some kind of relationship with the Snow Wolf. At this time, he just wanted to stop the 5 of them from taking the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. In front of the witch's tomb, Snow Wolf's body could no longer move. Its life force was constantly fading away. At this time, its gaze shifted from the witch's tomb to Lin Tian. Its lifeless eyes flickered slightly. At first, when Lin Tian approached, it thought that Lin Tian wanted to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. However, Lin Tian did not. Now, Lin Tian was facing off against the 5 true immortals alone. Obviously, he wanted to protect the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid for it. Endless gratitude appeared in its eyes. Humph. A cold voice rang out, intertwined with coldness and killing intent. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty wore purple robes, blue robes, and golden robes, respectively. Among them, the blue-robed elder looked coldly at Lin Tian and said, "You have offended the Manwei dynasty and attacked us secretly. No matter which one of you was the culprit, you have already committed a crime punishable by death. Later, we will destroy your body and soul. Now you dare to stand in front of us?" The purple-robed elder and blue-robed elder of this lineage also had cold gazes, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. At the same time, the other 2 true immortals were no exception. The 5 of them did not change their pace at all. They slowly walked into the Huai forest. Their slow pace was naturally not because they were wary of Lin Tian's obstruction. Although Lin Tian had sent them flying with 5 streaks of sword radiance, they did not pay much attention to Lin Tian. Although the 5 streaks of sword radiance had sent them flying, they had not been able to injure them. This made them feel that Lin Tian's current combat strength was not a threat to them. At this moment, they were walking slowly into the Huai forest because they were wary of the other true immortals besides themselves. Lin Tian watched the 5 of them stride towards him from the center of the Huai forest and walked directly towards them. There was a flash of light, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda emerged from his body, intertwined with purple primordial chi. Then, in the next moment, a surge of white divine light emerged from the immortal Emperor Pagoda and surged into his body. Chapter 1498. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was only about 3 inches long. Purple primordial light surged around it with a majestic aura that seemed capable of suppressing everything. Wisps of pure white light poured out of the pagoda and into Lin Tian's body, intertwining with the divine aura. This is primordial Mother Chi. The 3 genuine immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant genuine immortals stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda, their expressions changing. They didn't know what the white light that surged out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was, but they recognized the purple divine light that interweaved outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They recognized that it was the legendary primordial origin chi, and it was terrifyingly dense. Could it be that this pagoda was forged from primordial heavenly crystal? Primordial Mother Chi. With such concentrated primordial Mother Chi, it can't be wrong. It's definitely forged from primordial heavenly crystal. The 5 genuine immortals trembled. Primordial heavenly crystal was the legendary ultimate holy object for forging weapons. Weapons forged from it were almost indestructible and could grow infinitely. It could be said that it was the embryonic model of a supreme emperor weapon. Now, Lin Tian, who was standing in front of them, was in possession of a pagoda forged from primordial heavenly crystal. At the same time, the old man with the walking stick and the other villagers turned pale. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. This was not because the villagers were like the 3 true immortals from the Wanwei dynasty and the 2 true immortals, who were shocked to see that the immortal emperor pagoda was made out of Hongming, heavenly crystal. They were shocked to see a pagoda rush out of Lin Tian's body. Moreover, the pagoda was emitting rays of white light. This scene was too bizarre for ordinary mortals. They could not understand what was going on. You are! The old man with the walking stick couldn't help but ask the whooshing crocodile. The Huai tree forest in this place was destroyed, and when they rushed out, they immediately saw the 1,000 illusion orchid bringing out a sky full of strange images. Then they saw the 5 elements crocodile and little Tai Chu speaking, even though they were clearly not humans. Now they saw a pagoda rushing out of Lin Tian's body and blossoming with resplendent white light. Such a scene was simply too inconceivable for ordinary people like them. They had never seen such a thing. Our existence may be very different from the people, things, and things you normally come into contact with. But, old man, you have to believe that I, the little guy next to me, the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb, and the guy with the pagoda on his head are not bad people. Just as you were shocked before, the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb is the snow wolf saved by the witch in your village. He is the snow wolf who built the monument for the witch's tomb. When the whooshing crocodile spoke, it naturally saw the villagers' shocked expressions when they saw the snow wolf. At this time, it looked at the dying snow wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb and continued, "This guy has been guarding this god orchid for countless years. After it matured and bloomed, it desperately brought it here just because the witch said that she wanted to see the scenery when the god orchid in front of the witch's tomb bloomed. At this time, it was on the brink of death and would have been able to recover if it had consumed this god orchid, but it didn't do so. It would rather die so that the scenes of the god orchid blooming would linger around your lady witch's tomb for a long time." "What? You said he is the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument? Is this true? How is this possible?" When they heard the whooshing crocodile's words, whether it was the old man with the crutch or the other villagers, all of their expressions changed. Just now, they had seen that the bloody snow wolf was exactly the same as the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument in the painting that had been passed down in their village. They had all guessed that the snow wolf in front of them was the same snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. However, it was only a guess, and no one believed it to be true. This was because the witch had existed for too long, at least tens of thousands of years. How could a snow wolf from that era survive until now? To them, this was too ridiculous. How could he have lived for so long? Wolves can live for at most 15 years, but The old man with the crutch looked at the bloody snow wolf lying in front of the witch's tomb with a face full of disbelief. "Old man, don't look at lifespan from the perspective of an ordinary person. It doesn't apply to creatures like us. The number of years we can live is far beyond what you can imagine." Whooshing crocodile said, "Haven't you seen it now? I can speak. The blooming of the divine orchid can create a sky full of strange phenomena, and the guy in front of you can control objects with his mind. The objects he controls can emit such a bright light. Seeing this, you shouldn't doubt my words anymore. The snow wolf in front of you is the same snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument." Before he said this, he knew that it would have a huge impact on these villagers, but he still said it in a simple and detailed manner. This was because this village had a very close relationship with that witch and had received endless favors from that witch. Moreover, the snow wolf was so heavily injured because of that witch. Therefore, he felt that even if it would cause a huge impact on these villagers' worldview, he should let them know. They had the right to know. The old man with the crutch couldn't help but tremble. He looked at whooshing crocodile, and then looked at the bloody snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb. He couldn't help but walk over and squat down. He reached out his hand to stroke the snow wolf. His old hand trembled slightly. At the same time, some of the other villagers who heard Whooshing Crocodile's words also trembled slightly. Many of them surrounded the snow wolf in front of the witch's tomb. Their expressions changed, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker violently. At this time, all of them no longer doubted Whooshing Crocodile's words. They completely believed that the snow wolf in front of them was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. This was because the scene they saw now was beyond their scope of understanding. Therefore, this snow wolf was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. What was there to doubt? Why would Whooshing Crocodile make up such a lie to deceive them? Most importantly, the snow wolf in front of them was exactly the same as the snow wolf in the painting passed down in their village. Who is it? Who injured it like this? The old man with the crutch was so angry that his eyes turned red. This snow wolf was the most important snow wolf in the history of their village. It was the snow wolf who saved the life of the most important witch in the history of their village. It was the snow wolf who built the witch's tomb and erected the monument. It was naturally related to their village and was almost equivalent to their village's ancestor. However, now it was so seriously injured and looked like it would die soon. How could he not be angry? Beside him, the other villagers were also extremely angry. Everyone surrounded the snow wolf, and many of them couldn't help but shed tears. These ordinary villagers didn't know anything about the cultivation world. They were shocked that a single orchid could weave such an amazing sea of flowers. They were shocked that Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu could speak human language even though they weren't human. They were shocked that a tower had rushed out of Lin Tian's body. They were even more shocked that the snow wolf, who had once built the witch's tomb and erected the monument, had survived until now. These things were completely incompatible with the world they knew. It was like a dream. However, at this time, after they believed Whooshing Crocodile's words and confirmed that the snow wolf in front of them was the same one who had built the witch's tomb and erected the monument, they were all attracted by the blood-stained snow wolf. They were all angry about the snow wolf's injury, and many of them clenched their fists. They were ordinary people without powerful strength, but it was precisely because of this that their feelings for everything were many times stronger than many powerful cultivators. Even if everything that the 5 Elements crocodile said was only an illusory story, it would still cause these people to be moved, sad, and angry. Needless to say, this matter was not just a story, but a fact. And the snow wolf had a huge relationship with their village. Who else could it be? Of course, it's those 5 old bastards. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes fell on the 5 true immortals who were staring at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head, and said, "The locust tree forest here was also destroyed by the 5 of them." The villagers followed Whooshing Crocodile's gaze and looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals. Their faces filled with anger. You, why did you do such a thing? Bastards! You bastards! Demons! Many of the villagers shouted angrily at the 5 true immortals. These 5 people had actually injured the snow wolf who had built the tomb and erected the monument for the most important witch in their village. They had even destroyed the resting place of the most important witch in their village. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 rogue true immortals were shocked by the immortal Emperor Pagoda that Lin Tian had summoned. They stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head and listened to the angry shouts of the villagers. A cold light flashed in their eyes. "A bunch of lowly mortal ants. How dare you shout at me?" Among them, the rogue true immortal in black armor said coldly. 2 beams of killing light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the villagers. The 2 beams of killing light were very strong and directly crushed a large part of the void. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand, and 2 beams of sword light slashed out, shattering the 2 beams of killing light that the black-armored true immortal had summoned towards the villagers. the black-armored, true immortal was shocked. Although the 2 beams of killing light that he had summoned were not very strong, they were not weak either. They were enough to kill anyone below the true immortal level. But now Lin Tian, who had not reached the true immortal level of cultivation, had actually shattered the 2 beams of killing light so easily. Above Lin Tian's head, the immortal Emperor Pagoda intertwined with an extremely dense pure white light and continuously poured into his body. He tilted his head and looked at the black-armored true immortal with cold eyes. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out again. It was very ear-piercing. A beam of sword light appeared beside him and shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the black-armored true immortal. The black-armored true immortal was shocked. You, Puff! Chapter 1499. The black-armored true immortal was sent flying thousands of feet away. Bright red blood splattered in the air. It was a ghastly sight. The 3 true immortals from the Manwei dynasty, who were closest to the scene, and the brown-haired true immortal, who was an itinerant cultivator, were shocked. Lin Tian had also slashed out 5 streaks of sword light. Although they had been sent flying, they had not been injured. After all, they were all true immortals. But now, after Lin Tian had shattered the black-armored true immortal's killing light, he had pierced through his opponent's chest with 1 sword strike. This shocked them. Now, they could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was far from the true immortal realm. Without the cultivation of the true immortal realm, he was able to slash out such a powerful sword strike and pierce through a true immortal realm expert. At the same time, all the villagers in the Huai tree forest turned pale when they saw the black-armored true immortals, chest pierced through by a sword strike and blood splattered everywhere. This. Someone's voice trembled. These villagers were furious at the black-armored true immortal and the other 4 true immortals because Snow Wolf, who had a close relationship with their village, had been severely injured. But at this time, many of them could not help but tremble when they saw Lin Tian's sword pierce through the black-armored true immortal and blood splattering everywhere. Their feelings of horror were much stronger than their feelings of satisfaction. After all, they were all ordinary people. How could ordinary people not be frightened when they saw a person's chest pierced through and blood splattered everywhere? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed. He stared unblinkingly at the pure, white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was suspended above Lin Tian's head. This is the power of faith that this kid mentioned before. Seeing this, he finally understood what Lin Tian had said about the other methods and reliance apart from the Celestial Connection Pill. The Celestial Connection Pill has increased his battle prowess by 10 times in all aspects, and the power of faith seems to have caused his battle prowess to skyrocket once more. With these 2 methods combined, he now has the power to injure true immortals. He can fight against true immortals. When Lin Tian returned to the 10 directions heaven from the starry sky, he asked Ji Tong to teach the 10 directions heaven. At this moment, Whooshing Crocodile naturally knew that the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian was the power of faith. Yeah. Beside him, little Taichu's eyes lit up. He stared fixedly at the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. There, outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the pure white light and the purple divine light intertwined. Strands of pure white light poured into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's aura to grow stronger and stronger. Over the years on Earth where the Milky Way Emperor Star was located, Tu Xian had been persistently teaching. In the 10 directions heaven, Yi Tong had also been teaching. As a result, the power of faith gathered in his immortal Emperor Pagoda was growing with every passing moment. Now, the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda had reached a very high level. At this moment, he summoned this power of faith and used it with the Transcendence Supreme Elixir to forcibly increase his battle strength, causing his battle strength to skyrocket. His aura is constantly rising. Is it because of that pure white light? What kind of power is that? The three true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the unaffiliated brown-haired true immortal were all shocked. At this time, although they did not know what kind of power the white light gushing out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was, they could easily see that Lin Tian's aura was constantly rising because of this pure white light. They could see that Lin Tian had been able to injure the black-armored true immortal just now because of this power. For a moment, the three true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the unaffiliated brown-haired true immortal all stared at the white light. However, after a while, they did not know what this light was. They had never seen it before. Ignore it. The most important thing is that pagoda. The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty said. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. Kill him, take the pagoda, and then take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The blue-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty said, but you must be careful. After the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid matures and blossoms, it only has 2 hours. If you can't get it and refine it within 2 hours, it will wither and turn into ashes. Now, it has been some time since it matured and blossoms. It will self-destruct in about an hour. We must get it before that happens. The golden-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty nodded. Of course. At this time, the three true immortals of the Manwë dynasty were all staring at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. The greed in their eyes was not concealed at all because they could see that the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of primordial, heavenly crystal. A precious weapon made of such a divine material was the prototype of a supreme emperor weapon. Its value was much higher than that of the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid. However, they were very ambitious. Not only did they want to take Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda, they also wanted to take the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The three of them took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. At the same time, the brown-haired true immortal also stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head and slowly closed in on him. Obviously, he also wanted to take the pagoda. Suddenly, with a boom, a violent divine energy surged out from thousands of feet away. The black-armored true immortal, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian, rushed back from the distance. He looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes and said, "Damn you!" At this time his chest, which had been pierced by Lin Tian's sword light, had completely healed. His eyes were cold and filled with anger. He had been defeated by a cultivator below the true immortal realm. This was a great humiliation. He looked at Lin Tian with cold, murderous eyes. However, when he saw the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head, the greed in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. His desire to take the immortal Emperor Pagoda was so strong that it was almost written on his face. In the Huai tree forest, the villagers saw the black-armored true immortal rush back. Their faces changed and they trembled. He's still alive? His chest was clearly pierced through. How can he still be alive? Wasn't there a bloody hole in his chest before? Why is it gone? The villagers were all shocked. They had clearly seen Lin Tian's sword pierce through the black-armored true immortal. Before this, the black-armored true immortal's chest had been almost completely shattered. There was a bloody hole in the front and back of his chest. Such an injury would have killed him. However, the black-armored true immortal was not dead. He had rushed back from afar, and the bloody hole in his chest had disappeared. Moreover, they saw the black-armored true immortal fly back here. Humans could fly. Don't be surprised. That level of injury could not kill him. Even if he was smashed to pieces, he could regenerate in the blink of an eye. As I said before, don't look at existences like us from an ordinary perspective. That's not suitable. Whooshing Crocodile said. In front of him, rays of light intertwined and flashed. Lin Tian had the immortal Emperor Pagoda above his head. The power of faith in the pagoda flowed into his body, continuously increasing his strength. The divine power he exuded was increasing by leaps and bounds. He looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals who were closing in on him. In the next moment, he moved. Boom! An extremely violent aura gushed out. He took a step forward and crossed a great distance. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the side of the 5 true immortals in the blink of an eye. His tyrannical divine power turned into a strong hurricane and swept the 5 true immortals away from the locust tree forest. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in an ordinary mountainous area tens of thousands of feet away. He used the rich power of faith in combination with the Transcendence elixir to increase his combat strength. At this time, he had to fight the 5 true immortals and stop them from seizing the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. The battle would definitely be fierce. Naturally, he could not do it in the locust tree forest. There was a small village and a group of villagers there. They would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the battle between him and the 5 true immortals. In fact, even if he had forcefully brought the 5 true immortals to this location, the battle that would ensue might still have some impact on the village. However, after 10,000 feet, even if there was an impact, its power would be greatly weakened. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu would be able to neutralize it. You brought the 5 of us here at the same time and far away from that area. Do you want to protect the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid for that wild wolf? Are you worried that the village will be destroyed? Are you worried that those lowly mortals will be affected? Although I don't know what relationship you have with that wild wolf or the mortals here, it will all be in vain. The itinerant true immortal in black armor said coldly, "You alone can't stop us. You will die soon. You won't be able to protect the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. That beast will die. Those lowly mortals and the 2 beasts following you will also die. You can't protect anything here." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. The greed in his eyes deepened. "And this sect pagoda, after you die, I will take good care of it for you." As he spoke, he looked at the immortal Emperor Pagoda above Lin Tian's head. Then he looked at the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the brown-haired, itinerant true immortal. His eyes filled with caution. He wanted to take Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda and the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. Naturally, it would not be easy. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal were all his competitors. They would not let him take the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. At this time, perhaps they would all work together to deal with Lin Tian. But later on, once they worked together to kill Lin Tian, there would be no one to obstruct them. At that time, there would definitely be an intense battle between the 5 of them. Lin Tian looked at the itinerant true immortal with cold eyes. The power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda surged into his body. Coupled with the Transcendence elixir he had taken earlier, his combat strength was now 10 times stronger than usual. He was like an active volcano that was about to erupt. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He raised his hand and took out the Xian Luo immortal sword, a true immortal treasure, and slashed at the black-armored true immortal. A sharp sword light slashed out, carrying the power to slay immortals. It went straight for the black-armored true immortal. At the same time, he swung the primal Chaos Empyrean fist with his left hand. The fist light filled the sky and enveloped the other 4 true immortals. Chapter 1500. After killing the black-armored true immortal with his sword and punching the 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal, Lin Tian's aura had soared to an astonishing level, as if he had stepped into the true immortal realm. The surging offensive shocked the 5 true immortals. At this moment, Lin Tian's offensive power was obviously more terrifying than when he pierced the black-armored true immortal with his sword. The sword light seemed to be able to cut through everything, and the fist light seemed to be able to shatter everything. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a large mountain near the battlefield was shattered into pieces. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Lin Tian's combat strength had reached a terrifying level after using the Transcendence Elixir to increase his combat strength tenfold, and then he used the power of faith to further increase his combat strength. At this moment, he took out the true immortal weapon Xian Luo Immortal Sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and faster than before, and it pierced through the black-armored true immortal again in an instant. At the same time, the Chaos Emperor fist he blasted out sent the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal, who was an itinerant cultivator, retreating hundreds of feet away. The divine power fluctuations outside their bodies became a little chaotic. "Junior!" The black-armored true immortal roared. His body had been pierced twice by Lin Tian in a row, which made his eyes almost spit fire. Lin Tian looked at him coldly and said, "You said I can't protect anyone or anything here. You said you want to kill everyone here and take everything away?" The black-armored true immortal quickly healed his wounds, and the divine power outside his body surged to a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Lin Tiandao and said, "So what? I'm going to take the 1,000 illusion orchid. How dare a group of lowly mortals yell at me? I'm going to kill them all. I'm also going to take that pagoda of yours. Can you—" Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, directly interrupting him. Lin Tian's speed was frighteningly fast. Taking a step forward, he appeared before the black-armored true immortal in just the blink of an eye. The black-armored true immortal's expression changed immediately. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and appeared in front of him in an instant. "You, clang!" The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung the Xian Luo sword. The sharp edge of the sword cut through everything and directly cut off the head of the black-armored true immortal. The head of the black-armored true immortal floated out with blood. There was shock in his eyes, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. Not only had he been pierced by Lin Tian twice, but now Lin Tian had even chopped off his head. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not stop after slashing out with his sword, not giving the black-armored true immortal any chance to catch his breath. He immediately propped up the seal of the 4 symbols and intertwined 6 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols, enveloping the black-armored true immortal's head and body at the same time. The majestic divine power of the seal was like a boundless force of the starry sky, and the waves of divine power were terrifying. Poof! This time, the physical body of the black-armored true immortal was crushed into a bloody mist. Only his divine soul was unharmed. Damn it! His divine soul shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body and took a step toward Lin Tian. With a boom, the divine power outside his body vibrated. After being injured by Lin Tian several times, he was so angry that he directly used a powerful divine power of the perfected immortal level. Almost at the same time, the 3 perfected immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the independent, brown-haired, perfected immortal attacked. They all used powerful and terrifying secret techniques. Boom! The space trembled violently and several mountains were flattened. At this time, the 3 perfected immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the independent, brown-haired, perfected immortal were not here to help the black-armored true immortal. They were here to kill Lin Tian and seize Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. At the same time, they also wanted to get the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. At this time, they had to kill Lin Tian first. Otherwise, they would not be able to get it at all. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, their first priority was the same. They all wanted to kill Lin Tian. Boom! The killing lights of the 5 sects were vast and mighty. They pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions and immediately enveloped him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not dodge and use the arcane skill of the great immortal king of the Bai clan. He used his 10-fold combat strength and the vast power of faith to form the immortal king's divine shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. He forcefully resisted all the attacks of the 5 people. Clang! In his hand, the Xian Luo immortal sword screeched again. He used the heavenly sword scripture and released a large amount of killing lights toward the 5 people. After that, he used the divining divine skill. All kinds of powerful divining divine elephants appeared behind him. There were dozens of them. Every one of them was intertwined with a very shocking, destructive power. They all attacked the 5 people at the same time. The 5 of them were shocked. The 5 of them had unleashed their true immortal level abilities at the same time, but they were blocked so easily by Lin Tian. Moreover, in the next instant, Lin Tian directly launched another attack, and the power of his attack was even stronger. Facing Lin Tian's heavenly sword radiance and dozens of divining divine elephants, the 5 people felt a trace of threat. However, they were all true immortal level powerhouses. Although they felt that Lin Tian's sword radiance and dozens of divining divine elephants were a threat to them, their combat strength was overwhelming. They did not care at all. The 5 people each attacked. They all slapped Lin Tian's sword radiance and divining divine elephants into pieces. What is that white light that gushed out from the primordial pagoda? How did it increase your strength by so much? The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty looked at Lin Tian and asked in a low voice. At first, they did not take Lin Tian's aura seriously. But now, as the white light from the immortal Emperor Pagoda entered Lin Tian's body, Lin Tian's aura suddenly increased to a very shocking level. Whether in terms of attack or defense, he seemed to be able to contend with the 5 of them. Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty and the other 4 true immortals. He raised the Xian Luo immortal sword in his hand and pointed it at them. Clanging sword qi intertwined. He did not waste time talking nonsense with them. He attacked directly. These 5 were bent on killing him, taking the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and then the 1,000 apparitions immortal orchid. They even wanted to kill everyone here. Wu Yu knew that it was impossible to change their minds. As such, what else could he say to them? What he should do now was to attack and defeat them with his powerful combat strength. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He swung the heavenly sword scripture with the Xian Luo immortal sword, which was a true immortal weapon. Unparalleled sword radiance swept out in all directions. Then, in the next moment, the 5 thunders heaven-shaking incantation was activated. Streaks of silver lightning appeared. Together with the heavenly sword radiance that filled the sky, they struck the 5 people. Each streak of lightning was shockingly powerful and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Chapter 1501. The golden sword radiance and the silver lightning intertwined. Lin Tian attacked, enveloping the 5 true immortal realm experts in it, attacking them indiscriminately. The 5 true immortals naturally felt the power of this attack, especially that silver lightning, which made them feel a sense of threat. However, when Lin Tian attacked the 5 of them at the same time by himself, their gazes turned very cold. They felt that Lin Tian was truly too arrogant. Junior, the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty, said coldly. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a beast appeared behind him. It was formed by intertwining divine power, and its aura was terrifying. At the same time, the other 4 true immortals did not show any mercy. Each of them used their powerful mystiques to attack. The dense killing lights were all aimed at Lin Tian. Whether it was to obtain the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid or Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda, they wanted to kill Lin Tian. And they had to be fast. Boom! The space shook and all kinds of killing lights intertwined. The void cracked inch by inch and the ground collapsed. Lin Tianyi fought against the 5 true immortals. The high heaven sword scripture and the Xian Luo immortal sword were used to the limit of his cultivation. The 5 heavenly thunders technique caused the sky to be filled with lightning and surrounded every inch of the void. It attacked the 5 true immortals like the light of a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, at the same time, he once again supported the 4 symbols seal divine technique, supported the divination divine technique, and even operated the dragon burial scripture. Strand after strand of dragon patterns interweaved, transforming into seemingly real divine dragons that illuminated the heavens. The reason why he was able to use so many divine abilities and secret techniques was because he was facing 5 experts alone. Even though the Transcendent's divine pill and the power of faith had forcibly increased his battle prowess by many times, and even though he appeared to be very strong on the surface, in reality, he was under a lot of pressure. After all, those were 5 genuine true immortal experts. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded in all directions. The sky was filled with dragon runes that formed a true dragon. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the divine dragon swung its tail. The dragon's aura was extremely shocking. Immediately, rumbling sounds rang out, all types of divine light crisscrossing. Several of the great mountains in this place collapsed. In the faraway Huai tree forest, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu watched Lin Tian's battle with flickering eyes. That kind of power of faith is indeed extraordinary. No wonder that brat wanted little Yi Tong to preach to the world. He actually managed to increase his strength by so much after taking the Transcendent's divine pill, which increased his battle prowess tenfold. He actually managed to block 5 true immortals, all by himself. This is simply... Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Little Taichu was also looking into the distance, looking very serious. At the same time, he also seemed a little surprised. At this place, a group of villagers stood by the heavily injured snow wolf and looked at Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. That man, where did he go? Can you see anything? Someone asked. These villagers were just ordinary people with limited eyesight. Naturally, they could not see the scene of Lin Tian's battle with the 5 true immortal realm experts from tens of thousands of feet away. Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly. Then he used his demonic power to display the scene of the battle in the distance to the villagers in the form of a divine imprint. Seeing this scene, the villagers were all shocked. They had never seen Wuxing Crocodile use such a method before. They did not expect him to be able to inexplicably show such a scene. However, in the blink of an eye, these people's surprise did not last long. After all, they had seen too many shocking things on this day. At this time, they stood by Snow Wolf and stared at the scene of Lin Tian's battle with the 5 true immortals, shown by Wuxing Crocodile. Then their eyes flickered. This was because the battle between Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals was simply destructive. They saw Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. As they fought, all kinds of divine light flashed and shattered mountains. Moreover, cracks appeared in the air. This scene was really shocking to them. After all, for these ordinary people, the scene of divine light filling the sky and shattering the earth was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the horror on the villagers' faces disappeared and was replaced by anger. "Little brother, defeat them!" Someone shouted loudly as he looked at the divine imprint shown by Wuxing Crocodile. They were guarding the blood-stained snow wolf. They knew that this snow wolf, who had a close relationship with their village, was injured by the 5 true immortals. They knew that the 5 true immortals wanted to seize the divine orchid that the snow wolf guarded for the witch. They knew that the witch's resting place was destroyed by the 5 true immortals. Everyone was filled with anger towards the 5 true immortals. Because of this sincere anger, even though these people could tell that the 5 true immortals were not ordinary people and were all very terrifying people, they did not feel much fear at this time. The anger in their hearts was much stronger than the fear in their hearts. The snow wolf's entire body was covered in blood. At this time, its life force was still constantly fading away. Its demonic eyes had dimmed a lot. Its gaze moved away from the witch's tombstone and looked at the image shown by Wuxing Crocodile here. Its eyes could not help but flicker. A human who it did not know would actually go to such lengths for it. A human who had not even reached the true immortal realm was resisting 5 true immortals, just to prevent them from seizing the 1,000 illusion divine orchid that it had brought here for the witch. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the Snow Wolf. Looking at the other party's eyes, it naturally knew what the other party was thinking at this time. It said, "When we were here, we heard the remnants of the zither music left behind by the witch. We all benefited a lot from it. We also learned some things about the witch and you. That which is worthy of respect, and what you have done for her is even more touching." As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian, who was fighting 10,000 feet away. It said, "For that witch, and even more so for what you have done for her, that guy feels that he has a reason to fight. He is such a man who is loyal to his feelings." It said. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf looked at the image of Lin Tian in the image shown by Whooshing Crocodile's divine sense. Its dim eyes flickered even more. It was only because it had relied on itself to hear the sound of the witch who had saved it playing the zither in this place. It was only because it had been touched by what it had done for the witch that it fought against 5 true immortals at the same time with its cultivation level below the true immortal realm and prevented them from seizing the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. In today's cruel cultivation world, there were still people like this. Boom! 10,000 feet away, divine light trembled. All kinds of killing lights intertwined. The sky and the void were shaken to the point that they collapsed inch by inch. The 5 true immortals' auras were chaotic, and their bodies were stained with blood. Under Lin Tian's powerful attacks, they had all suffered some injuries. At the same time, even though Lin Tian's combat strength had been forcibly increased by many times with the help of the divine elixir and the power of faith, it was naturally impossible for him to be unscathed when fighting against 5 true immortals at the same time. At this moment, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had suffered some injuries. However, his expression did not change. The Xian Luo celestial sword intertwined with dazzling sword lights, and the sword momentum was extremely sharp. Clang! The sword clanged. He waved the Xian Luo celestial sword and slashed at the 5 true immortals. A large area of the void was shattered at the same time. The 5 true immortals' divine sense rolled outside their bodies as they kept attacking Lin Tian. However, they were gradually more and more surprised. They found that Lin Tian's combat strength increased by the white light was really amazing. Even if they worked together, they still could not kill him in a short time. Although the combat strength increased by external objects is very strong, there is still a time limit. Let's ignore him for now and seize the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. If we delay any longer, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid will wither. The purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty said to the blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals of his lineage. The blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals heard this and nodded. "You guys hold him back. I'll go get the 1,000 illusion divine orchid," the blue-robed true immortal said. With that, he used a special movement technique to retreat from the battlefield. He stopped attacking Lin Tian and rushed toward the Huai Tree Forest. When the black-armored rogue true immortal and the brown-haired rogue true immortal saw this, their eyes narrowed. Then they gave up on Lin Tian and rushed toward the Huai Tree Forest. Naturally, they could not just stand by and watch the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty take the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. This was because there was no one there who could stop the blue-robed true immortal. As long as the blue-robed true immortal rushed there, the 1,000 illusion divine orchid would definitely fall into his hands. Of course, they were not willing to let this happen. As for the immortal Emperor Pagoda on Lin Tian, they were more interested in it. However, at this time the immortal Emperor Pagoda would not disappear with the passage of time. Moreover, the purple-robed and golden-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty would not be able to suppress Lin Tian and take the immortal Emperor Pagoda in a short time. Moreover, the two of them could hold Lin Tian back during this process. They did not have to worry about Lin Tian escaping and not being able to get the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Therefore, after considering the situation from all sides, The most suitable choice at this time was to fight with the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty for the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart reverberated. The three of them were very fast, like 3 human-shaped lightning bolts, rushing toward the Huai tree forest. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them coldly. Silver lightning crackled around his body as he used the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation and the duality steps. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance and blocked all 3 of them. Then, he directly slashed at them with his sword. Clang! He infused the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts incantation into this sword. It was like a killing sword condensed from the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment, causing the 3 true immortals to turn pale at the same time. They quickly retreated to avoid this fierce killing sword. No one can touch the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. He held the Xian Luo immortal sword and pointed it at everyone. The cold sword radiance was endlessly swallowing. The true immortals' eyes were cold. They looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of coldness and killing intent. The blue-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty glanced at the 1,000 illusion divine orchid in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "There's not much time left. Since he wants to stop us, then kill him as soon as possible. Don't let the 1,000 illusion divine orchid be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom. Divine light surged around his body, and a sea of fire appeared behind him. Dense and stable waves of the immortal path spread out mightily, as if they could burn everything in the world. The aura was terrifying. Chapter 1502. The waves of the immortal Tao surged. Behind the blue-robed true immortal of the Wanwei dynasty, a sea of fire appeared. It was scorching hot, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Every wisp of flame seemed to be able to incinerate everything, causing the void to sizzle. The immortal Tao of oblivion. Lin Tian's eyes glinted as he looked at the roiling flames behind the true immortal. There were many Taos in the world, and they were divided into the great Tao, immortal Tao, divine Tao, and eternal divine Tao. The flames behind the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty intertwined with strong waves of immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was one of the strongest techniques of true immortal cultivators. Facing this kind of flame, he felt his skin become a little hot. All right, let's kill him quickly. The other 2 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty spoke, each supporting the immortal Tao. One of them conjured a sky full of divine trees, while the other conjured dense water droplets around him. Each divine tree and each water droplet exuded a terrifying aura. The immortal Tao of wood and the immortal Tao of muddy water. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. Among the 3,000 great Taos, a large portion of the great Taos were, in fact, just a small portion of the Tao power of the immortal Tao and the divine Tao. For example, the great Tao of Yin-Yang, the great Tao of Tai-Yin, the great Tao of Yang, and the great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They were, respectively, a very small portion of the Tao power of the Yin-Yang divine Tao, the great Tao of Yang, the great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He'd learned about this from ancient texts when he'd first ascended to the stars. At this time, the 3 true immortals of Wanwei dynasty summoned the immortal Tao of fire, wood, and water that corresponded to the great Tao of fire, wood, and water, respectively. Their Tao power was even sharper than the great Tao of fire, wood, and water, respectively. Boom! Boom! In the other 2 places, the brown-haired true immortal and the black-armored true immortal also conjured immortal Taos, the immortal Tao of dreams and the immortal Tao of thorns. Among them, the illusory dream immortal Tao could weaken the enemy's spirit, causing them to fall into an illusory dream world and then kill them. The bramble immortal Tao could interweave vines that filled the sky, binding even divine power and sealing all things. The 3 true immortals of the Manwë dynasty and the other 2 wanted to kill Lin Tian as quickly as possible, seize the Thousand Illusions sacred orchid, and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. They conjured Immortal Tao laws and pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. Immortal Tao, the black-armored true Immortal Tao said, "True!" The black-armored true Immortal said coldly. The eyes of the other four were cold and indifferent. Their Immortal Tao laws churned, almost shattering the sky. As Lin Tian faced the 5 Immortal Tao laws, his essence, energy, and spirit trembled. He felt so tired that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. He knew that this was the power of the brown-haired, true Immortal's illusory, dream Immortal Tao. Even before it truly pressed down, his essence, energy, and spirit were already greatly affected. At the same time, he felt pain all over his body because of the other 4 Immortal Taos. His bones were creaking and his organs were throbbing violently. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if his bones would shatter and his organs would be destroyed in the next moment. He truly felt the threat of death looming over him. It was as if he would disappear under the Immortal Tao of the 5 Immortal Taos. His body was trembling, but his expression did not change at all. There was not a trace of fear on his face. In the next moment, faint light intertwined around his body. The Immortal Tao of the nameless great Tao propped itself up, and Tao radiance circled around his body. "I'm counting on you," he muttered to himself. He had never been sure what Tao he had comprehended, but he was absolutely certain that the Tao he had comprehended was very powerful. At this moment, the 5 true immortals had activated their Immortal Tao laws. If he wanted to fight them, the best way was naturally to use Tao as a weapon. Strands of Tao radiance surged out of his body and encircled him. The tiredness caused by the brown-haired, true immortal's illusory, dream immortal, Tao, instantly vanished. At the same time, the pain caused by the other 4 Taos was greatly reduced. Then Tao radiance surged and turned into a Tao wave that met the Immortal Tao laws of the true immortals. The 5 true immortals' expressions changed slightly when they saw Lin Tian's Tao. They frowned because they could not tell what Tao Lin Tian had activated. At the same time, they realized that the Immortal Taos they had activated had a much weaker effect on Lin Tian. They could not exert absolute pressure on Lin Tian in terms of Tao momentum. However, they did not care about this because their Immortal Taos had not truly reached Lin Tian yet. "Kill," the black-armored true immortal said coldly. His thorny Immortal Taos truly pressed toward Lin Tian and wrapped around Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 4 cultivators' Immortal Taos also pressed down on Lin Tian like 4 waves of destruction. Lin Tian's body trembled violently. He could feel the immense pressure, but he was not afraid at all. His eyes were resolute. He firmly believed that his nameless Tao law was definitely not inferior to the Immortal Tao. He firmly believed that his nameless Tao law would not lose to the Immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals after he had used the Ascension Divine Pill and endless power of faith to increase his combat strength by dozens of times. With a thought, the Tao wave formed by the nameless Tao law surged even more violently toward the Immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals. In the blink of an eye, the Tao wave formed by his nameless Tao law collided with the Immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as the nameless Tao law collided with the Immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals. The sky and earth shook together. Crack! 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 There was a series of cracking sounds as the surrounding void cracked inch by inch. 6 different Tao powers collided with each other. The 5 Immortal Taos suppressed Lin Tian's nameless Tao law with vast destructive power. The Immortal Taos intertwined with each other and were extremely frightening. Compared to Lin Tian's nameless Tao law, the 5 Immortal Taos of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 itinerant true immortals were much more powerful. On the surface, they seemed to be able to crush Lin Tian's nameless Tao law. However, in reality, the 5 Immortal Taos were completely blocked by Lin Tian's nameless Tao law. In fact, The 5 immortal Taos seemed to have a consciousness of their own when they collided. What's going on? The 5 true immortals were truly shocked at this moment. Their immortal Tao law, one of their strongest techniques as true immortals, was completely blocked at this moment. It was blocked by the nameless Tao of a young cultivator who had yet to reach the true immortal realm. Impossible, even if he relied on that strange white light to forcibly increase his battle prowess. His actual cultivation has yet to reach the true immortal level. If we were to compare Tao, he would definitely be crushed by us. But now the 5 true immortals were all shocked. Their immortal Taos were completely blocked. In fact, after facing Lin Tian's Tao, the Tao light of their immortal Taos gradually began to tremble as if they had a consciousness, as if they were afraid. Tao light surged around Lin Tian's body. The nameless Tao law intertwined with divine splendor and completely blocked the immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. His belief was not wrong. Although he did not know what Tao his Tao was, it was really very powerful. He looked ahead. His nameless Tao law collided with the immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. "Break for me," he said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his nameless Tao law emitted a Tao light under the multiplication of his battle strength. It rumbled and then turned into a shocking storm, shattering all the immortal Tao laws of the 5 true immortals. How can this be? The 5 true immortals' expressions changed again. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Their immortal Tao laws were shattered. A person who had yet to reach the true immortal realm had shattered their immortal Taos with a pure Tao at this moment. Clang! Boom! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing and thunder rumbled. The golden sword radiance and silver lightning struck the 5 true immortals. After Lin Tian used his nameless Tao law to shatter the immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals, he immediately launched a fierce attack. The High Heaven Sword Scripture and 5 Heaven-Shaking Thunders technique were activated to the maximum at the same time. Moreover, the nameless Tao law was also powerful, causing the entire space to distort. Damn it! The 5 true immortals' eyes were extremely cold. Although they were surprised by the strangeness and power of Lin Tian's Tao that could shatter their immortal Taos, they did not lose their composure at this moment. They pulled open their immortal Taos and faced Lin Tian's attack. In an instant, the 6 of them fought fiercely. Divine powers and secret skills clashed, and Tao radiance clashed. The scene was terrifying. A violent storm swept out in all directions. Mountains exploded one after another. Divine power surged outside Lin Tian's body. He wielded the Xian Luo immortal sword in his right hand and slashed again and again. The silver lightning formed by the 5 Heaven-Shaking Thunders technique also carried an extremely domineering and strong power as it continuously attacked the 5 true immortals. His nameless Tao law was not weaker than the immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals. However, his cultivation level had not reached the true immortal realm after all. He had only used the Ascension Divine Elixir and the power of faith to forcefully increase his combat strength. At this moment, even if his Tao was not weaker than the immortal Taos of the 5 true immortals, the pressure on him was still huge and was increasing as time went by. However, his expression did not change. There was no trace of fear or wariness. His eyes were deep and there were wisps of strange light in them. He slashed with the Xian Luo immortal sword in his right hand while his left hand moved slightly. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols slowly formed. Mighty strands of dazzling, sealing divine power were thrown directly at the 5 true immortals. The 5 true immortals naturally did not care about Lin Tian's Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. They attacked at the same time and shattered the diagram. However, the moment the Tao diagram was shattered, all 5 of them changed their expressions. After the Tao diagram was shattered, a treasured bell with Tao patterns and divine seals intertwined all over it was revealed. It was intertwined with the aura of a true immortal and immortal Tao laws. It was a true immortal artifact. At this time, the true immortal aura and immortal Tao law outside this true immortal weapon treasured bell were extremely chaotic and violent. It had reached the state of self-destruction. The 5 true immortals' expressions changed drastically. They all backed away from the treasured bell. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. Explode! A cold word came out of Lin Tian's mouth. Boom! An earth-shattering roar instantly exploded in this space. The true immortal artifact level bell exploded, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out, turning into a ripple of destruction. In the blink of an eye, it covered the 5 true immortals at the same time. Chapter 1503. The bell was called the Everlasting Bell. It was a genuine immortal weapon of the Everlasting Immortal Sect that Lin Tian had obtained from the Everlasting Ancient Star. At this time, Lin Tian was very clear about one thing. He might be able to fight against 5 genuine immortals in a short time after forcibly increasing his battle strength. But as time went by, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Moreover, even if his battle strength had increased by dozens of times, it was really not possible for him to defeat 5 genuine immortals. After all, a real genuine immortal was really very powerful. Therefore, he decisively self-destructed a genuine immortal weapon at this time, and secretly suppressed the Everlasting Bell with the 4 symbols sealing technique towards the 5 genuine immortals, so that they would not be able to detect it. Then, when the 5 broke the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols, the Everlasting Bell, which had been triggered by him, was exposed. It had reached the critical point of self-destruction and directly exploded. At that point in time, even a powerful genuine immortal would not have time to dodge or defend. Boom! The 5 genuine immortals exploded at the same time. The whole space here roared, and the void and the earth were shattered beyond recognition. A terrible hurricane swept out, and the wind was terrifying. Damn it! There was a roar, and in the void, blood fog intertwined and surged. The 5 genuine immortals reformed their bodies in the blink of an eye. Junior! The 5 of them stared at Lin Tian, their eyes cold and full of anger. They never thought that Lin Tian would have other genuine immortal weapons besides the Xian Luo Sword of Immortals. Moreover, he had self-destructed a genuine immortal weapon, and hid it in the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols sealing technique. Using the sealing power to conceal it from their perception, he directly detonated it in front of them. It was a true immortal weapon. The destructive power of detonating a true immortal weapon was no joke. Even though they were true immortal experts, it was still very difficult for them to completely withstand the self-destruction of a true immortal weapon. At this moment, each of them had suffered unimaginable injuries. Their essence, chi, and spirit were greatly weakened, and their faces were pale. At this moment, the killing intent in their eyes intensified as they stared at Lin Tian. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. Bearing the self-destruction of the genuine immortal weapon pagoda, their spirits were almost shattered. Outside Lin Tian's body, silver lightning crisscrossed and electric arcs sizzled, giving off a domineering and majestic feeling. He looked at the 5 immortals with a cold expression on his face. Xian Luo Immortal Sword of Immortals pointed his Sword of Immortals. In an instant, dense Sword Immortal Sword of Immortals appeared. A sword immortal weapon of immortals. Now that they had destroyed a true immortal artifact, all 5 of them were in trouble. Whether it was the circulation of their divine power, the circulation of their immortal Tao, the strength of their souls, or their physical strength, all of them had been weakened by more than half. Naturally, he would not give up on this excellent opportunity to attack. Originally, he had destroyed a sect's true immortal artifact in order to create a situation that was advantageous to him. Clang! Sword of immortal level. Xian Luo Immortal Sword of Immortal level slashed out. Every slash was swift and fierce, cutting through space, earth, and mountains. The 5 immortal immortals were momentarily exhausted from defending themselves. This was because they had been severely injured by the self-destruction of the eternal bell of immortal level. Now their spirits were all very unstable. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the immortal in black armor. "You said you want to kill everyone here." His voice was cold. The immortal in black armor was shocked. He had just been severely injured by the self-destruction of his genuine immortal weapon. His strength was greatly reduced in all aspects. Now that Lin Tian was in front of him again, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he met Lin Tian's cold eyes. He quickly retreated. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung his sword. The speed of the sword was undoubtedly much faster than the speed at which the immortal in black armor was retreating. In the blink of an eye, the sword landed on the immortal in black armor and cut him into pieces. The immortal in black armor roared in anger. His spirit was not destroyed. His soul power surged and wrapped around his broken body, quickly reforming it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a shift of his mind, the 5 thunders of heaven-shaking incantation was activated. In an instant, dense silver lightning was summoned. Each lightning bolt was like the light of heavenly tribulation. They enveloped the immortal in black armor's broken body, which was in the process of reforming. For a moment, the sound of puff, puff, puff rang out continuously. The silver lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, causing the immortal in black armor's broken body to become even more damaged in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The immortal in black armor roared in anger. After suffering the impact of the self-destruction of the true immortal artifact, he had also suffered several heavy blows from Lin Tian. His injuries had worsened at this moment, and his soul was trembling violently. He did his best, and the laws of the immortal Tao surged. He summoned the immortal Tao of Thorns, which turned into chains of light that wrapped around him to protect his soul. It also increased his soul power by several times in a short period of time, allowing him to reform his body at an extremely fast speed. However, Lin Tian did not give him a chance at all. He took a step forward and pressed down with the nameless Tao law. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the immortal Tao of Thorns that the immortal in black armor had summoned only struggled for a moment before it was crushed into pieces by the nameless Tao law. The immortal in black armor's broken body and soul were immediately exposed, and he lost all his defenses in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Tian's true body also approached at this moment. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory propped up behind him and immediately emitted a sacred and vast aura that suppressed the entire sky. The immortal in black armor's soul trembled, and he naturally sensed how terrifying the reincarnation diagram was. It carried a wave that could annihilate all things, and he immediately felt a huge threat. "Stop! Stop! Everything is negotiable." That person cried out as fear appeared in his eyes. At that moment, he could clearly sense that in his current state, if he were to be struck by that divine diagram, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. There would be no other outcome. Lin Tian did not say anything else and would not show any mercy at all. The reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. Ah! The immortal in black armor screamed miserably as he was shrouded by the reincarnation diagram. With Lin Tian's transcendence divine pill and the power of faith, he was directly crushed into pieces. This time he was truly crushed. His physical body disappeared, and his soul was destroyed as well. He completely disappeared from heaven and earth. How could this be? In this space, the 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal trembled in unison. Lin Tian actually killed the immortal in black armor. His cultivation had not reached the true immortal realm, but now he had killed a real true immortal. At the same time, in the faraway Huai forest, Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu were also shocked when they saw the scene. He really killed an immortal. Whooshing crocodile's eyes flickered. The fact that Lin Tian had been able to stop the 5 true immortals after amplifying his combat power by tens of times was already shocking enough. At that very moment, however, it was even more shocked. Despite having to face 5 true immortals alone, Lin Tian had managed to kill off one of them. Although he knew that to a large extent it was because Lin Tian had destroyed a genuine immortal artifact, which had caused great damage to the 5 genuine immortals. That was why he was able to kill the black-armored genuine immortal. However, he could not suppress his surprise. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing and clanging. Tens of thousands of feet away, Lin Tian moved again. He swung the Xian Luo immortal sword in his hand, interweaving sword lights that filled the sky, and slashed toward the other 4 true immortals. He had self-destructed a genuine immortal artifact, causing the 5 genuine immortals to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this time, he naturally had to grasp the situation tightly and firmly hold the advantage of the battle on his side. He directly launched a fierce attack on the 4 genuine immortals, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breaths, not giving them the slightest chance to heal their injuries. Damn it! Don't hold back. Attack him together. The brown-haired, true immortal growled. Without holding back, he directly raised the illusory dream immortal Dao and pressed it toward Lin Tian. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty naturally understood the current situation. At this moment, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. They all cooperated with the brown-haired true immortal, each of them using the immortal Dao precepts and various great divine abilities and secret arts to jointly attack Lin Tian. For a moment, there was a rumble, and the sky was filled with divine light. Unparalleled killing light seemed to want to shatter everything around them. Lin Tian's black hair danced in front of his forehead. His eyes were indifferent as he rushed forward, not at all dodging the killing light of the immortal Dao precepts. At this time, the 4 true immortal artifacts were severely injured because of the self-destruction of the Bell of Eternity. The immortal Dao precepts they used were much weaker than before, but he was still at his peak. The advantage of the battle was completely on his side. Buzz! The nameless Dao precept surged and shone brightly. At this moment, he released it. Then, the reincarnation diagram was raised again, and in the blink of an eye, it merged with the nameless Dao precepts and turned into the strongest reincarnation diagram of the great Dao, which pressed toward the 4 true immortals at the same time. For crisp cracking sounds were heard. The reincarnation diagram of the great Dao was incomparably powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the immortal Dao precepts and secret arts that the 4 true immortals had used. It arrived in front of the 4 in an instant. Unparalleled power surged and shook violently, its power intimidating. Uft, uft, uft. For mists of blood exploded. The 4 true immortals were crushed at the same time. Only their spiritual bodies were barely preserved. Even though their spiritual bodies were preserved, their spiritual bodies were filled with dense cracks. Like the most fragile porcelain, it was as if they would break with a casual touch. This caused the spiritual bodies of the 4 true immortals to tremble violently. Each of them was shocked. They quickly shook their spiritual bodies and reformed their bodies. Boom! Rolling thunder surged, and the sky turned dark in an instant. Lin Tian stepped forward and activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation. He directly activated the 5 heavenly thunder dominion grand theurgy, interweaving a sea of thunder around him and enveloping the 4 true immortals in this sea of thunder. Then, without any movement, he disappeared from where he was in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. He raised his right hand, and the reincarnation diagram appeared again. He held it in his hand and crushed it like a millstone. The true immortal of the Manwei dynasty's spiritual body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with fear. Stop, stop! I'm the true ancestor of the Manwei dynasty. You can't kill me. Chapter 1504. Just like the black-armored true immortal, the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty could feel the terrifying power of Lin Tian's reincarnation portrait. If he was hit, he would definitely die in his current state. "Stop! We can negotiate," the man shouted. Lin Tian's expression did not change. Because of Yan Zhongwang, the Wanwei dynasty had put out a bounty on his head. Moreover, after seeing his immortal emperor pagoda, they wanted to kill him and seize the immortal emperor pagoda. Talking about peace with him now was simply a joke. He was sure that if he let this man go, this tribe would organize an even stronger force to deal with him. Buzz. The reincarnation portrait in his hand shone with immortal divine light. It came down mightily and instantly fell on the man's head. "No," the man's divine soul screamed. Then, in the next moment, it shattered into pieces and disappeared completely under the reincarnation portrait. The second true immortal. In the Huai tree forest, Wuxing Crocodile looked in this direction and could not help but be shocked. In the blink of an eye, 2 true immortal experts were killed by Lin Tian. Beside him, little Taichu's eyes could not help but flicker a little. The ordinary villagers had long been stunned by the battle between Lin Tian and the 5 true immortals, shown by Wuxing Crocodile. In their eyes, Lin Tianyi and the others were like gods. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet away, thunder roared. Silver lightning interweaved in the large space, and the power of the thunder shook people's souls. Yu, the blue-robed and golden-robed true immortals of the Manwë dynasty had reformed their bodies. They could not help but tremble. After killing the black-armored true immortal, Lin Tian killed the purple-robed true immortal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the brown-haired true immortal was also trembling. He had been thinking about killing Lin Tian to seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda and then the 1,000 Illusions Sacred Orchid. But now, after seeing Lin Tian kill the black-armored true immortal and the purple-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His internal organs were trembling, and his eyes were full of horror. Boom! Thunder roared. In this place, the silver lightning, interweaved by the 5 heavenly thunder technique, became even more terrifying. Lin Tian was in this sea of thunder like the thunder god. At this moment, his eyes fell on the golden-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty. Without saying anything, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of the golden-robed true immortal in the next moment. The golden-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty trembled. He did not see Lin Tian move at all, but Lin Tian appeared in front of him directly. It was as if he had really teleported, which shocked him. "How did you—" Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. Lin Tian swung the Xian Luo immortal sword in his hand. It looked like an ordinary sword move, but it was actually one of the top divine skills in the Heavenly Sword Manual. The sharp sword power was concentrated on the sword, and it steadily struck the golden-robed true immortal. With a puff, the golden-robed true immortal, who had been seriously injured, was directly split into pieces. Lin Tian raised his left hand slightly. The reincarnation map appeared again and directly pressed down on the golden-robed true immortal's body and spirit. "Stop!" "Ah!" The golden-robed true immortal screamed. Under the reincarnation map, the golden-robed true immortal spirit was directly crushed, and he died completely. In an instant, only the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwë dynasty and the brown-haired true immortal were left in this sea of thunder. Both of them could not help but tremble. Lin Tian had used the special white light to forcibly increase his battle strength, and then concealed it by self-destructing a true immortal weapon to severely injure them. After that, he launched a series of attacks. Every move seemed to have been calculated. This kind of fighting talent made true immortal experts like them shocked. At this time, while they were shocked, they were also terrified. Lin Tian had killed 3 true immortals in a row, and they were next. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian silently appeared in front of the brown-haired true immortal while the two of them were trembling in fear. This sea of lightning was a domain-type divine ability, 5 lightning divine territory. With this sea of lightning as an area, he could teleport to any area with just a thought. In fact, it was no different from teleportation in real life. The brown-haired true immortal trembled and quickly retreated. He quickly said, "Little friend, have mercy. This old man swears that he will never take the 1,000 illusion orchid again, and will never have any ideas about your primordial divine pagoda again. Are you thinking that I've used a special method to forcibly increase my strength, and that you'll come to find me and kill me to take the primordial pagoda after this special method has worn off?" Lin Tiandao, the brown-haired true immortal, seemed to have been seen through. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and his immortal body trembled. "Little friend, you misunderstand. This old man is definitely not thinking of that." Lin Tianyi did not say a word. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had experienced battle after battle. How could he not know how to read a person's expression? This person was clearly planning to kill him and seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda after the battle prowess that he had gained through special means wore off. He could easily see through this. In fact, if there was enough time, and if the 1,000 illusion orchid had not withered away, he would have taken the 1,000 illusion orchid as well. He looked at this person, then silently appeared in front of him again. The immortal sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. Clang! The Xian Luo immortal sword let out a deafening hum. Its sharp sword aura enveloped the brown-haired true immortal, crushing a large area of space. With a poof, the brown-haired true immortal was unable to dodge. He was smashed to pieces by the sword, leaving only a strand of his spirit to escape. However, in the next moment, there was a deafening clap of thunder. A bolt of silver lightning as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky, like a true immortal's heavenly tribulation. It drowned the true immortal spirit. Arg! The true immortal screamed as his spirit was reduced to ashes. Lin Tian did not care. He turned to look at the last person in the sea of thunder, the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. The blue-robed true immortal trembled when he met Lin Tian's gaze. "You. Don't do anything stupid. You've already killed 2 of my dynasty's true immortals and true ancestors. You've committed a heinous crime. If you kill me again, my dynasty will not let you go." The true immortal stared at Lin Tiandao. "If I don't kill you, you and the Manwei dynasty will not target me in the future? I believe that, but do you believe that?" Lin Tian looked at the true immortal. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the blue-robed true immortal of the Manwei dynasty. He nodded and said, "I swear as long as you." Clang! The hum of a sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian swung his sword, and a sharp sword light slashed toward the true immortal. If he didn't kill him, this true immortal would not target him? That was a joke. It was impossible. As long as this person was still alive, he would definitely use an even more powerful method to find him and kill him. This was something that even a fool could see. So how could he not understand? He couldn't be bothered to listen to this true immortal's nonsense. The sharp sword light he slashed out reached the blue-robed true immortal in the blink of an eye and slashed straight through. Poof! For a moment, blood splattered. The blue-robed true immortal was smashed to pieces. He raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. The sea of lightning immediately gathered, and the dense silver lightning converged into a thunderous sword. It slashed down on the blue-robed true immortal's body and the true immortal spirit, directly smashing them to pieces. In an instant, both body and spirit were destroyed. In an instant, the place fell silent. The 3 true immortals of the Manwei dynasty and the 2 true immortals who were independent cultivators, without exception, were all killed in this place. They're all wiped out. In the Huai forest, Wuxing Crocodile watched this scene with flickering eyes. From the beginning of the battle until now, only an hour had passed. In this hour, Lin Tianyi had cleanly killed 5 true immortal experts. Next to him, little Taichu was the same. His eyes could not help but tremble slightly. Those 5 people were all killed. Are they really dead this time? A villager asked in a trembling voice. At the beginning, the brown-haired true immortal's chest was pierced through by a sword. It seemed that he was going to die, but he did not. Later in the battle, through the divine sense imprint projected by Wuxing Crocodile, they saw that the bodies of several true immortal experts were blown to pieces several times, but they still came back to life. Therefore, at this time, although the 5 true immortals did not reappear in the image projected by Wuxing Crocodile, they still did not know whether they were really dead or not. They're dead, Wuxing Crocodile said. At the same time, the divine sense imprint projected by the villagers cracked and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, the villagers could not help but tremble. Those 5 people had severely injured Snow Wolf, who was closely related to their village, and destroyed the resting place of the most important witch in their village. They were full of anger toward those 5 people. At this time, seeing Lin Tiansha and the 5 dead people, they could not help but feel relieved. However, at the same time, their faces were slightly pale. After all, they were just ordinary mortals. Seeing 5 people die in front of them, and their bodies were shattered again and again along the way, made them tremble. Thousands of feet away, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. It was the blood of the 5 true immortals and also his own blood. At the same time, his face was slightly pale. After all, he had fought and killed 5 true immortal experts alone. Even though he had used the Transcendence Elixir and the power of faith to increase his battle strength by dozens of times, and even destroyed a true immortal artifact to kill his enemies, he still suffered some injuries. With a slight thought, he stored the Xian Luo sword into his body. Then, looking toward the Huai tree forest, he appeared outside in one step. He walked in from outside the Huai tree forest, nodded to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu, and slowly walked to the blood-stained Snow Wolf. At this time, the Snow Wolf's life force was even weaker and could be extinguished at any time. The Snow Wolf's demonic eyes were very dim, and there was no light. At this moment, it could see that Lin Tian had returned. Blood was dripping from its mouth, and its dim eyes looked at Lin Tian. It moved its mouth, but could not make a sound. Lin Tian could understand that the other party was saying thank you to him. Chapter 1505. Lin Tian looked at the Snow Wolf. It was covered in blood, and its life force was too weak. It could die at any time. There's no need to do this, he said. The Snow Wolf's eyes were already very dim. There was no luster. It knew what Lin Tian was talking about, but it did not respond. Perhaps it feels that if that which hadn't saved it back then, its life would have ended hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it wouldn't have lived until now. However, the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming only lasts for 2 hours. It has lived for hundreds of thousands of years because of the witch, but the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming can only be displayed in this place for 2 hours at most. It has already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and it has to at least preserve this short period of time for that witch. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was silent. How could he not think of something that Wuxing Crocodile could think of? At this moment, looking at the Snow Wolf, he really didn't know how to persuade it. On the side, the villagers looked at the Snow Wolf with worry on their faces. The old doctors in the village had already taken out all kinds of herbs to help the Snow Wolf stop the bleeding and treat it, but it was useless. Now, the Snow Wolf's injuries were something that even a golden immortal could not do anything about. How could these ordinary people's medical skills be able to cure it? At this time, in this place, only the 1,000 illusion divine orchid could completely cure the Snow Wolf. However, the Snow Wolf himself was unwilling. Even if it meant death, it would maintain the scene of the 1,000 illusion divine orchid blooming for 2 hours. Buzz! All kinds of divine light interweaved in this place. Immortal herbs, divine trees, strange flowers, and all kinds of beautiful scenery appeared one by one. The dilapidated locust tree forest was enveloped by the strange phenomenon of the sea of flowers, interweaving a peerless scenery that was like a poem and a painting. It was magnificent. Snow Wolf's aura was rapidly fading away. His dim eyes were fixed on the witch's tombstone. Lin Tian looked at the other party. Even though the other party's eyes were so dim that they seemed to be about to turn pitch black, he could still see the color of satisfaction in them. Even though he was about to die, he had brought the 1,000 illusion god orchid and was able to guarantee that the 1,000 illusion god orchid would bloom for 2 hours. To be able to die in the witch's resting place, this Snow Wolf felt that this life was not in vain. Looking at her, he really didn't know what to say. He could only feel deeply moved in his heart. This Snow Wolf! How precious were the feelings of the other party! No other treasure could compare to it. Who? In the ruined scholar tree forest, gusts of wind blew, bringing with them the scattered scholar tree leaves. The sound of a zither suddenly rang out. It was tranquil and peaceful, and it came from the witch's tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ruined scholar tree forest was filled with the sound of the zither. The tranquil melody gathered, but did not disperse. Lin Tian was moved. The zither music that he had heard before appeared again. Moreover, it was even more tranquil than before. Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu were also moved. Obviously, they had also heard the zither music that was even more tranquil than before. This is zither music. There's zither music. It's zither music. I heard it. It's zither music. It's coming from the witch's tombstone. I heard it too. The witch's spirit has manifested. The villagers were both excited and shocked. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu were also moved. At this time, these ordinary people could also hear that kind of zither music? I heard it. I heard it too. I actually heard the sound of the witch's zither. Is it really the sound that the witch left behind when she played the zither? The old man with the walking stick was so excited that he trembled. Not long ago, he was still lamenting that he also wanted to hear that kind of zither music. Now, not long after, he heard it. In front of the witch's tomb, Snow Wolf was covered in blood. He was originally unable to move, but now he couldn't help but tremble violently. He also heard the zither music. At this time, he looked at the witch's tombstone. His broken demon body kept trembling, and tears gradually fell from his dim and lusterless eyes. Back then, when it was still young, it almost became food for a ferocious ape. It was saved by a witch who happened to be picking herbs in the forest. She treated its injuries and kept it by her side for the next few days. It was then that she discovered the seedling of the 1,000 illusion orchid. At that time, the witch looked at the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid and sighed with emotion. The scenery of the sacred orchid blooming is very beautiful. I really want to see it, but I can't see it. He was right next to her and heard every word. However, it was still very young at that time, so it didn't understand why the witch would say things like, "I can't see anymore." After that, it would go to the witch's village from time to see her and listen to her playing the zither in the Huai tree forest. With the zither music, it, who was already extraordinary, gradually gained a lot of insights and found its own way of cultivation. It slowly grew on this path, and it also felt that the witch was not ordinary and was very powerful. Then, more than 10 years passed in a flash. One day, when he stepped into the village again, he found that the witch had passed away. He was immediately heartbroken and tearfully built a tomb for the witch. He carved a tombstone with flamestone and stood guard for the witch's tomb for 49 days. It was also at that time that he finally understood why the witch said that when she saw the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid seedling, the scenery of the sacred orchid blooming is very beautiful. I really want to see it, but I can't see it. The witch already knew that she didn't have much time left to live and couldn't wait for the sacred orchid to bloom. At that time, he left after 49 days of guarding the witch's tomb. He found the place where the witch found the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid seedling and stood guard there. At that time, he made up his mind to guard the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid until it bloomed and then bring it to the witch's tomb. When the witch was alive, she wanted to see the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid bloom, but didn't have the chance. But at the very least, he wanted to present the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. After more than 10,000 years, he had always guarded the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid and cultivated to the true immortal realm. Now that the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid had bloomed, he brought it here and perfectly presented the scenery of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He felt very satisfied. But even so, even if he did this, the witch was still dead. Now that he heard the zither music again, he couldn't help but cry. He hoped that the witch was still alive. She had always been alive. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through the space. The melodious zither music lingered in the Huai tree forest, gathering and not dispersing. Then the thickest zither music circled around Snow Wolf, and it was even more peaceful. Lin Tian looked at Snow Wolf, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. The zither music here was so strong that even the ordinary villagers could hear it. Was it because of Snow Wolf's obsession? Yeah. Little Tai Chu and Lin Tian had the same thoughts. At this time, they also felt a little uncomfortable looking at Snow Wolf. The sound of the zither drifted through the broken scholar tree forest, interweaving with the strange phenomena created by the 1,000 illusion divine orchid. It was even more beautiful and magnificent. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. At this time, almost 2 hours had passed since the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid first bloomed. The vision of the sea of flowers became even more dazzling, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun before it was about to dry up. Snow Wolf looked at the witch's tomb. The light of life in his eyes was about to disappear completely. He was about to die, but he didn't care at all. He didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave this world. He seemed very peaceful, as if he could go to another world and see the witch again if he died now. He moved his gaze and looked at Lin Tian. His lips moved, and finally he silently said, "Thank you." Then his gaze fell on the witch's tomb again. For a moment, the wind here became stronger, and the zither music in the broken Huai tree forest became louder. Lin Tian looked at him, at the witch's tomb, and at the withered 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. He clenched his fists. "Enough," he said. He moved his divine power, and the dragon patterns on the bottom of his feet spread out. He directly swept up the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid in front of the witch's tomb. 2 hours are almost up. It's really enough. There's no need to sacrifice your life. He circulated his divine power. At the moment when the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid was about to dry up, he forcibly began to refine it with his divine power. He sent strands of medicinal essence into the Snow Wolf's body. At this time, only the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid could save this Snow Wolf. He really couldn't bear to see him die. It would be too much of a pity for such a loyal Snow Wolf to die like this. He should live well. Therefore, at this time, even if the Snow Wolf was unwilling to refine the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid to heal his injuries, he didn't care. He forcibly took the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid and refined it. He sent its medicinal essence into the severely injured Snow Wolf's body to help the severely injured Snow Wolf recover. The effect of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid was indeed astonishing. As he refined the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid and sent its medicinal essence into the Snow Wolf's body, the Snow Wolf's injuries began to heal in an instant. His life force, which was about to be extinguished, quickly recovered. The Snow Wolf's body trembled. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Tian to do this. Anxiety immediately appeared in his demon eyes. He didn't want this to happen. Don't struggle. Relax and let the medicinal essence heal your injuries. Then live. Lin Tian looked at him, then at the witch's tomb in front of him. He said, "If that witch's soul knows that you gave up your life in order to let the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid bloom in front of her tomb, she won't be happy at all. She'll only be sad. Brat Lin is right. If you die here, that witch definitely won't be happy." Wuxing Crocodile also spoke. The little Taichu looked at the snow wolf and made a babyish yaw sound. It was clearly expressing the same thoughts as Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. The snow wolf trembled slightly when he heard this. After struggling a few more times, he stopped moving. Now, there was no use in struggling. He could only look straight at the witch's tomb. His demon eyes filled with unconcealable sadness. Being alive is also a way to repay that witch's kindness. She saved you back then because she wanted you to live well. Lin Tian said. He vibrated his divine power and quickly refined the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. He sent the medicinal essence of the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid into the snow wolf's body, causing the snow wolf's injuries to heal even faster. Chapter 1506. The divine orchid intertwined with immortal light. Lin Tian refined it with his divine power, and the medicinal power transformed into pure divine light that surged toward the heavily injured snow wolf. It could be seen that the snow wolf's damaged body, to the point where its bones and internal organs could be seen, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its essence, energy, and spirit were recovering rapidly, and its life force was gradually becoming stronger. All the villagers were astonished at this place. They were only ordinary mortals and couldn't sense the changes in the snow wolf's essence, energy, and life aura, but they could see the snow wolf's damaged body rapidly healing. This shocked them, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. However, after seeing the terrifying and fantastical scenes from before, these villagers' astonishment disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by excitement and anticipation, because on the surface, the snow wolf's injuries were rapidly healing, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before it fully recovered and regained its vitality. This naturally made them very happy, because this snow wolf had a very close relationship with their village. Buzz! The 1,000 illusion orchid glowed, and the miraculous medicinal power of the divine orchid rapidly surged into the snow wolf's body under Lin Tian's control. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. More than an hour later, with a crack, the 1,000 illusion orchid shattered, and the snow wolf's injured body was completely healed. Its essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak, and it could move on its own, standing up from the ground. Recovered? It's fine. At this place, all the villagers were very excited when they saw the recovered snow wolf. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded it. Many people reached out to stroke the snow wolf's fur. Seeing that it had truly recovered, they were all even happier. No one was afraid of this snow wolf. After all, one reason was that these villagers didn't know how terrifying this snow wolf's battle prowess was. Another reason was that this snow wolf truly had a close relationship with the village, and these villagers completely treated the snow wolf as one of their own. No matter how strong and powerful their own people were, who would be afraid? The snow wolf returned to normal. Its body was not much different from that of an ordinary snow wolf. It did not resist the touch of these ordinary villagers, for this village was the village that the witches had protected and lived in. It naturally had a sense of familiarity with these villagers. He stood up and looked at the witch's tomb in front of him. There was a hint of sadness in his demonic eyes that could not be concealed. It had been tens of thousands of years since the witches had passed away, but to him, it was as if it had just happened yesterday. Buzz! Its demonic body moved slightly, and a gentle demonic light spread out, carrying with it a rich, true immortal aura and immortal Tao laws. The demonic radiance spread out and enveloped the entire ruined scholar tree forest in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the soil on the ground of the ruined locust tree forest trembled slightly. The collapsed locust trees began to grow again at an extremely fast speed. In just a dozen breaths, a new locust tree forest grew in this place. It was not much different from the locust tree forest before it was destroyed. To true immortal experts, making destroyed vegetation grow back was not a difficult task. It was very simple. Seeing this scene, all of the villagers were shocked. The broken locust tree forest was restored in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. The snow wolf stared fixedly at the witch's tomb. After dozens of breaths, it shifted its gaze and walked towards Lin Tian. Soon, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. Human, thank you. It did not take human form. It had cultivated to the true immortal realm in its beast form. Like the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu, it lowered its head slightly when it heard Lin Tian's voice. Lin Tian and it did not know each other, but for its sake, in order to protect the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid that it had brought for the witch, he fought against 5 true immortals alone. This made the snow wolf extremely grateful. Forcefully refining the 1,000 illusions sacred orchid was also to save it. At this moment, it only felt deep gratitude towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked at the snow wolf and said, "No need. What you did for the witch is worthy of my battle." The snow wolf did not say much. It looked at Lin Tian and lowered its head slightly, using this method to thank Lin Tian. "Don't be like this. Raise your head," Lin Tian said. For a true immortal expert who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, lowering its head to him at this moment could be said to be the highest form of courtesy. It was very solemn. The snow wolf lowered its head slightly. Although Lin Tian had spoken, it did not raise its head until dozens of breaths later. "Thank you." It spoke again. It valued friendship, but it was not good at talking. Other than saying thank you, it did not know how to say other grand words. Then its gaze fell on the witch's tomb in the locust tree forest again. There was still a faint sadness in its demonic eyes. Lin Tian did not say anything. He looked at the snow wolf and then looked at the witch's tomb. He could not help but sigh slightly. Whether it was the witch or the snow wolf, they all valued the word kindness very much. He stood beside the snow wolf and looked at the witch's tomb with the snow wolf. Beside them, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu were also looking at the witch's tomb quietly. All the villagers were also doing the same at this moment. Soon, on this day, the sky became dark. The stars dotted the starry sky, and the full moon sprinkled silver moonlight all over the sky. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the snow wolf were welcomed into a nearby village by the villagers. A lot of food was prepared. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the snow wolf temporarily stayed in the village. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave. It was impossible for him to stay in this small village forever. "What about you?" he asked the snow wolf. The snow wolf looked in the direction of the locust tree forest. There was a hint of sadness in its eyes. Then, the sadness gradually disappeared. It said, "I'll stay here and guard her tomb. I'll live in this village on her behalf." It said, "Like her, I won't teach the people in the village to cultivate. I won't interfere with their original path of life. Like her, I'll quietly guard here." The power of cultivators was very strong, far beyond that of mortals. However, how could the cruelty of the cultivation world be compared to that of the mortal world? Back then, the witch didn't want to drag the people in the village into the cruel cultivation world, so she didn't bring the power of cultivation to the villagers. It was very clear about this point. Therefore, it would guard here and guard this village on behalf of the witch. It wouldn't teach the people in the village to cultivate. It would silently guard the ordinary life of the village, like the witch. As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and thanked Lin Tiandao again. Then its demonic power moved slightly, and a jade bottle flew out of its body. It was a space magic treasure. It floated straight to Lin Tian. There are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in here, all of which grew next to the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. Although their value is not as high as the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid, they are still useful to you. At least, they can help you and your two companions reach the eternal peak at the same time. At the same time, there are some other things in here. I got them from a big tomb in the mountain range where the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid grew. I'll give them all to you. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 1507. Looking at the space jade bottle handed over by Snow Wolf, Lin Tian did not refuse. According to Snow Wolf, the treasures of heaven and earth in the jade bottle were indeed useful to him, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and they could help him, Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, improve their cultivation from the middle stage of the eternal realm to the peak of the eternal realm. Then, these treasures of heaven and earth were of no use to Snow Wolf. After all, Snow Wolf's cultivation was now at the level of the genuine immortal realm. Thank you. He put away the small jade bottle and thanked Snow Wolf. At the same time, he opened his mouth again and asked Snow Wolf to raise his head. An expert of the genuine immortal realm bowed his head to him like this, and it was not the first time. It really made him feel a little ashamed. Snow Wolf raised his head. He was still in his monster form and did not transform into his human form. Lin Tian and the others chatted with Snow Wolf for a long time, and then they said goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Tian said, "Take care." Snow Wolf replied. Lin Tian nodded and waved at Snow Wolf. He took one last look in the direction of the Huai Tree Forest, and then turned and left with Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Snow Wolf stood outside the village until Lin Tian and the others were completely gone and disappeared from his sight. Only then did he return to the village. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Little Taichu left the village. At this time they had already walked far away and were walking in a mountain. Boy, find a hidden place and see what treasures of heaven and earth are in the small jade bottle. Then refine them and improve your cultivation. Whooshing Crocodile said. Snow Wolf gave them a small jade bottle, saying that it contained a lot of heaven and earth treasures, which could help them reach the peak of the eternal realm from the middle stage of the eternal realm at the same time. At this time, it couldn't wait to see what kind of heaven and earth treasures were in the small jade bottle. Then it could refine these heaven and earth treasures and raise its cultivation from the middle stage of the eternal realm to the peak of the eternal realm. Lin Tian nodded. In fact, he was also a little concerned about this. He immediately spread out his divine sense and found a hidden cave. The cave was relatively large. It was roughly 10 feet tall and occupied an area of several hundred square meters. He set up 9 ceiling formations near the cave, then took out the small jade bottle he got from Snow Wolf. Using his divine sense, he poured out all the contents of the bottle and piled them up in the cave. Among them, most of them were some immortal medicine and divine medicine, which immediately filled the cave with spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance, causing the man and the 2 beasts to involuntarily relax, giving rise to a comfortable feeling. Divine Thunder Sparrow Ganoderma, Golden Rainbow Ginseng, 9-leaf Tao Lotus, 3-color Jade Stalk, Flame Spirit Fruit, Soul Forging Immortal Root. The man and the 2 beasts were shocked. There were too many kinds of heaven and earth treasures in the small jade bottle. There were dozens of them, and they were all very valuable. For eternal realm experts, they could be called immortal treasures. They could directly improve the cultivation of eternal realm experts. They roughly estimated that the quantity of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures was enough to allow dozens of middle-stage eternal experts to step into the peak of the eternal realm. The overall value of this place was quite amazing. It could be considered a super treasure trove. I heard from that guy that these heaven and earth treasures were all obtained near the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid. There's so many heaven and earth treasures in that land. This is simply... Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The land where the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid grows is very unusual. I've seen it before. The soil, there is a very special kind of 3-colored spiritual soil. Even a divine object like the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid can grow perfectly on that kind of spiritual soil. It's normal that so many heaven and earth treasures can grow there. Lin Tiandao. In addition to these extraordinary heaven and earth treasures, there were many other things in the small jade bottle. There are all kinds of extraordinary precious weapons, such as the baodan. They should have been obtained from a large tomb in the mountain range where the 1,000 illusion sacred orchid grew, as Snowwolf said. Lin Tian glanced at these things, and his eyes suddenly fell on a piece of yellow sheepskin. His expression suddenly changed. There were many things engraved on the sheepskin. It looked like a map. His eyes fell directly on the center of the sheepskin map, where a small, colorful circle was engraved. It was marked with a very important note. Is this the sword soul fragment? His eyes flickered. A small, colorful circle was drawn on the map, and then a very important mark was made. It showed that the small, colorful circle was extraordinary. He instantly associated it with the sword soul fragment. Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu naturally noticed his strange expression. They all came up and looked at the sheepskin map. Then they saw the small, colorful circle on the map. A small, colorful circle with an important mark. Do you think that might be the kind of colorful light source you found several times before? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Naturally, it could guess what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. It also had the same conjecture. Lin Tian looked at the small, colorful circle in the center of the sheepskin map. There was a little glimmer in his eyes. He said, "I'm not sure, but at least there is a small possibility. Master Crocodile thinks so too. Then, let's hurry up and refine these treasures of heaven and earth to raise our cultivation to the eternal peak. Then, let's go to the place marked on this map." Wuxing Crocodile said. It knew that there were many kinds of colorful light sources scattered all over the world. Lin Tianyi had been looking for them, which was very important to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. This sheepskin map should be obtained by Snowwolf in the big tomb in the mountain range where the 1,000 illusion god orchid grew. Their group had been on this star for a long time. They knew many things about this star. It could be seen that the area recorded on the sheepskin map was on this ancient star. Since a group of colorful light sources was highlighted, it might be the sword soul fragment. He naturally had to go and take a look. He put away the sheepskin map and some other things, leaving enough treasures of heaven and earth outside. "Let's start," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. At that moment, in this cave, they ran the ancient method and cultivated with the help of the many treasures of heaven and earth in the small jade bottle. Buzz! 3 different colors of light intertwined in this place in the blink of an eye, illuminating the cave. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, on this day, a strong fluctuation of divine power spread in this cave. Lin Tian was the first to make progress, stepping from the middle stage of the eternal realm to the eternal peak stage. Subsequently, Wuxing Crocodile and little Tai Chu rushed out of their bodies one after another, each stepping into the eternal peak stage. The true immortal realm is coming soon. Wuxing Crocodile was a little excited. There were several watersheds on the road of cultivation, namely the immortal realm, the great path realm, the eternal realm, the true immortal realm, and the true God realm. Among them, the immortal realm transformed genuine qi into divine power. The Great Path realm controlled the Great Path law. The eternal realm achieved immortality. The true immortal realm controlled the immortal path law. And the true God realm controlled the complete divine path law. Now, they were in the watershed period of the cross-domain true immortal realm. Once they stepped into it, their strength in all aspects would increase dramatically. Don't be excited. It's still early to reach the true immortal realm. Lin Tiandao. After a cultivator stepped into the eternal realm and cultivated all the way to the eternal peak stage, the cultivation after that was to begin to comprehend the immortal path that existed between heaven and earth, capture the immortal path, and then condense celestial core power in the body. Once the first celestial core power was condensed, one could step from the eternal peak stage to the half-step true immortal realm. True immortal chi and the immortal path, law, would intertwine. Next, one had to continue to comprehend the immortal path and condense celestial core power. One had to condense 9 celestial core power in the body in a row, and then integrate these 9 celestial core power to truly comprehend the corresponding immortal path of these 9 celestial core power. Only then could one step from the eternal realm to the true immortal realm. Simply put, after stepping into the eternal peak stage, one needed to comprehend the immortal path and condense 9 celestial core power in the body to step into the true immortal realm. Isn't it just 9 celestial core power? It won't take long for Lord Crocodile to settle it, and then step into the true immortal realm. Whooshing Crocodile was quite proud. Lin Tian glanced at it, and then said, "Consolidate the realm first." At that moment, he, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu stayed in this cave, each operating their ancient scriptures to consolidate their current cultivation level. It wasn't until 3 days later that they woke up and stabilized their eternal peak cultivation. Lin Tianwei exhaled a turbid breath, slightly. At this time, her physical body, sea of consciousness, soul, and other aspects were much stronger. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu's essence, chi and spirit were many times stronger than when they were in the eternal middle stage. Lin Tian waved his hand and took out the sheepskin map again at this time. His gaze fell on the small, colorful circle in the center of the map, and his eyes were intertwined with wisps of light. "Let's go and have a look," he said. It was just a small 7-colored circle marked on the map, but he felt that it was a sword soul fragment. Maybe he was a little sensitive, but maybe that small 7-colored circle was really a sword soul fragment. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. The sword soul fragment was too important to him. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, "Let's go." At that moment, 1 person and 2 beasts walked out of the cave and followed the records on the sheepskin map. After about 3 days, they came to a relatively deep valley. Looking from the outside, the space in the valley seemed to be very large, and there were wisps of gray and black fog lingering in it. It looked like a piece of underworld. Outside the valley, there was a stone tablet full of cracks on the edge. The stone tablet was about 5 inches high, and there were 4 ancient words imprinted on it. "Ghost Death Valley. It doesn't sound like a good place." Whooshing Crocodile said, "It doesn't look like one." Lin Tian looked into the valley and said, "Then he did not stay in this place." He called Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu and stepped directly into the valley. Now that their cultivation had reached the peak of the eternal realm, and the 5 elements Crocodile and little Taichu each had an ascension divine pill that could increase their battle prowess by 10 times. It could be said that they were bold because of their skills, and they had all kinds of strong means. Therefore, although they could see that this place was not a friendly place, they were not afraid at all.